Welcome everybody, or hail acolytes of the Conclave, to the Coastal Conclave.
He flew it already.
So we are live, coming at you from back at our usual studio, and I definitely do feel like I'm not sent. There we go, that's better. So we have another special one-shot for you tonight. As we talked about in Secrets of the Conclave last night, we are currently doing a bit of a stint of one-shots while we do some restructuring for the main campaign, Chronicles of Amar. And basically we're going to get started in a few moments, but we'll start with a few sponsorships, and then I'm going to hand it over to Luke to give us some exciting news. So as always, we do have the Eldritch Foundry 15% off using the code CConclave15, which will allow you to get a 15% discount off their miniature prices. They are a fully customizable 3D mini building website where you can create the hero of your dreams. It's going to be one of those nights, ladies and gentlemen.
Do Eldritch Foundry also sell jeans? Because I am in the market for some new jeans.
Well, I'll talk to them. Maybe they do.
Could you put jeans on your mini?
That's a thing.
That you can definitely do, yes.
Can we have a jean one shot?
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to do the Ares Lich one shot. Like, we've got so many ideas.
Genassis and jeans.
Dibs the jorts.
So, we have Eldritch Foundry 15% off. Check them out. Go to eldritchfoundry.com. Use that discount code. It is in the reel. It will be in the halftime slide, and it is on all of our socials. So feel free to use that at your leisure. Our second sponsor / partnership is with Roll with Advantage, which many of our cast now have dice from, and they're continuing to support the stream at the moment with a 12% off discount. So just go to their website, link in the socials as well as the description and our reel. And check it out. You sign up, you use that code once you sign up, and get 12% off and buy all the things. And I do believe that, Luke, you have something to talk about.
I do indeed. We have a huge announcement to make. It's a lot of fun. We now have a store set up on Redbubble. So the address is coastalconclave.redbubble.com, where you can get some fantastic stickers. Is that going on the camera?
Yeah, actually, that's coming out pretty good.
Awesome.
Make sure that you explore the site, because there is more than just stickers on there. I ordered these and got them within about 4 or 5 days, and they are awesome. I have put them everywhere, much to my wife's disgust. And I also handed some out last week at our friendly local game store.
Literally everywhere. He takes his shirt off, stickers all over it.
No one wants that. No one wants that. Somebody is not ready. Somebody is not ready yet. So that's it. Make sure you explore that. There's lots of cool things on there. There's some clothing, some accessories, and lots of stickers. So check us out.
Awesome. And the very last quick announcement, obviously, which we've talked about a couple of times, is the Elemental Arcade partnership. So we're all about building a local community here on the stream and making sure that the local community it has a product like ours, a stream, a show that they can enjoy. And the Elemental Arcade and us are kind of partnering. See, I told you it's going to be one of those nights. I'm merging words together, left, right, and center.
This is a fantasy world. We can make up our own.
We can just make up our own.
If Shakespeare can do it.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, Elemental Arcade, they run a D&D night every Wednesday at this stage, where there are multiple tables. It is a book-in, first in, best dressed sort of thing, but every time I've gone down there every Wednesday, they've been absolutely chocked. 4 to 5 tables running with games from Strixhaven to Witchlight. What's it called? Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Yep. And various others, including every fortnight, the very own cast of the Coastal Conclave is going down to, I know, right? is going down, and we are DMing / playing in a Spelljammer series. We're doing Adventurers League. So Alex here has joined us. Luke came for the last one. Mike was there, and we had a couple of.
Mine's Spelljammer ship now.
Yep, got a ship. He's got his own ship. He's got a pistol filled with poop.
So is that what he was saying? Because I thought he was saying ship the whole time. What's he?
No,
Both.
both.
I marked my territory and commandeered the ship.
Okay.
It's glorious.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. Anyway,
Dungeons and Dragons. What a hell of a game.
yeah. And if you're local to the Central Coast, check them out. Elemental Arcade. Call the store. Book your spots in. Come and see us every fortnight. I believe we're there next Wednesday. No, we won't, because I will be in Melbourne. So we'll talk. I'll talk to people about that. But yes, it should be exciting times for that. So, without further ado, we will just do a quick cast introduction. Everybody knows Luke, our Astatius DM of the Chronicles of Amar, and was on Secrets last week. We have Richard, who plays the Lolliput Lethenway, and Druck in Cult of Hunger.
Right. Who else do we got?
You got a few other characters going on there. And joining us again, as you would have seen last week, is Nats and Aaron, who are in our Minions of Evil one shot. Check it out on the well, it's not up on YouTube yet. Check it out on Twitch, video on demand. You gotta subscribe.
That was pretty good.
People from the
was
future,
excellent.
check it out on YouTube.
I think I
Yeah.
exported it today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Alex is joining us tonight as our guest player. He is a long-time player at my tables, much like Aaron, and we're giving him his big break, his big chance.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Hey, Alex.
No pressure, Alex.
Don't overshadow me.
No promises.
Remember, Richard is the star, ladies and gentlemen. If he needs his latte, we need to get it from him. People who have watched the stream too will also probably notice that we have
with Evian water.
a brand new overlay, which you can see right now. So framing and the shots are all much, much better on the stream. And we've obviously jiggled this around from the usual setup as well. So that's been pretty good.
Yeah.
I also noted, Luke, you've done the same trick that I did at my place. We will not talk about that any more than that. So,
As to where we were in that.
people are just killing spiders over here.
Yeah.
Just Australia things.
Excellent.
Cool.
Yes, people overseas, we are constantly being harassed by things that can murder us.
Was
No.
it?
I literally.
What's that statistic that like in Australia you're only ever like 1.5 meters away from something that can kill you?
Yeah.
But when you're
Yep.
playing D&D, it's only like 30 centimeters.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
But also,
Yeah.
So I'm there.
does that account for stupidity or just the wildlife?
Yeah, it's 90% stupidity. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, we are going to jump into tonight's Coastal Conclave presents a one shot, and the one shot we are playing tonight is the Black Raven. Now, anybody has seen the overview on the socials, the Black Raven one shot is where our esteemed cast are basically hired by a noble of some generic fantasy city. It's not set anywhere. It's not Amar, much to Luke's dismay. And basically, he has a problem. There is a new master thief abroad. They've already hit multiple of the lord houses, and he believes that he is next on the list. Our group is tasked with helping him out with that problem. So, without further ado, let us dive right in. So, we begin in a large metropolis-like fantasy city called Elysia. Elysia is like most other capitals of sort of the fantasy worlds. Massive spires, castles, nobles, upper districts, docks against the giant river that runs through the middle of it, and just opulence of architectural artistry. It is a sight to behold. Here, our party begins as they arrive out the front of the Farragast estate. Upon your approach, The sprawling estate of this manor, the Farragas Manor, exudes an aura of regal grandeur. Lush, impeccably manicured gardens stretch as far as the eye can see, filled with vibrant blooms and exotic plants. The air carries these fragrant scents of blooming roses and soothing, earthing aroma of freshly trimmed hedges. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves of towering oak trees that provide shade for delicate gazebos and secluded benches that are perfect for moments of reflection. Large fountains adorned with intricate marble sculptures lead a tranquil ambience as the soft gurgle water creates a serene backdrop to this scene. Your party is currently inside a carriage that is, the wheels are crunching against pebble-stoned pathway as it leads straight up towards the manor proper. Horseshoes clop as the extravagant carriage brings your 5 hired adventuring party towards the manor. The first thing you notice before we go into introductions is perched on all trees around the grounds are ravens. Not just 1 or 2, but there are many.
Oh no.
One could say a murder of ravens. But
That's not foreshadowing.
it is, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just called that for some reason. But you can see them perched in some of the trees, some of the oaks, some of the pine trees that line this Pebblestone Road. There's got to be at least a few dozen that are kind of flocking around as the carriage continues to. It has very nice red velvet seats on the inside, enough space, it's very long, enough space, kind of like it's almost a limousine carriage. Enough space for the 5 of you to spread out on bench seats without too much cramping. We will start with you, Luke. Please describe your character and any information also that the party of adventurers that have been with you for some time may know.
So I'm playing Zajal, the mountain dwarf barbarian. When you look at Zajal, you see he has a mostly bald on the top and black hair in a top knot, and then a hefty beard and heavily braided moustache that comes down and is tied in below the chin into the beard. He is crisscrossed with scars and heavy tribal tattoos, and you know, having worked with him before, that he is an ex-legionnaire.
Nice. Richard.
So probably trying to kind of get some bench space next to, was it Jarl?
Zajal. He's man spreading.
Yeah. And my knees are going to be pushed over to
so not overly wide.
to the side there. So next to Zajal is a tiefling, a blue tiefling by the name of Elton Ironsands. Now he's fairly slight in build. He has kind of slightly long hair as well. He's wearing some quite nice dark clothes. He is a soul knife rogue and quite a successful thief for the group as well. Group? Yeah, I said the group right.
Yep.
Catching it.
Yeah, it's infectious. The miss.
Now, his success as a thief, you mostly put down to the fact that he's incredibly uninteresting. In fact, he's always droning on about something, and he seems to have bought himself a jaunty hat, which you have really kind of put down to the fact that he's just trying to make himself a little bit more interesting as well. But overall, he's fairly upbeat, and I'm just going to drone off, as Alton would, as you kind of tend to ignore him as you go onto somebody else.
Excellent. Alex.
Alright, so I am playing Maurice Morel. He is your local resident spore druid. Now, although he appears human, he does smell worse than he looks, as he has multiple growths appearing on his body, namely of the fungal sort and the fungal variety. He does mask a lot of his more unpleasant appearances with his robes and his hood and stuff like that. But other than that, you can see a scraggly old man who looks like and smells like he hasn't taken a bath in a very, very long while. You would, however, know for him as a rather reliable member of the party who follows things through, and he actually put together a pretty strong brew for that as well. Although the ingredients of which are somewhat questionable.
Good to know.
Love it. Aaron.
So next to this smelly spore druid, you see, there's a pretty out of character being sitting next to it. Pretty see-through, gelatinous. You see a plasmoid named Nab. He has flowers wilted and stuck in its goop and ooze. It's a warlock, and he's pretty self-contained and quiet. Occasionally making gurgling noises. it just goes
Kind of like a water cooler at like a office. Just every so often,
Yeah.
it just goes.
And always in awkward moments.
Yeah.
He can't speak. Just telepathically.
Awesome. Well, I was like, God, I was starting to have flashbacks to the Minions of Evil last week where
Oh,
everybody was
no.
telepathic.
Oddly cube shaped.
I was just like, oh boy.
No, this one's a bit better than that.
Nice. Throwing shade. There you go, Mish. Nat, finishing us off for the party.
So as the carriage rounds corners, there is a figure sort of sitting off to the side, desperately kind of grabbing onto the side rails, as you're all treated to a lesson in why cloven hooves are not good on polished surfaces. So Nihilus is a very tall, so about so 6.5 foot satyr, who is currently dressed in what looks to be a mixture between I woke up like this and I'm trying to keep to the student's dress code. So Nihilus only joins you occasionally. They are a journeyman orator at the local Lawhold branch. And so, as we all know, it's hard to make ends meet when you're a student. So adventuring is sometimes the only way. So in between bouts of basically getting classes and, venturing out into the wide world, she joins you all.
So, one person has made a horrible pact, and the other one is a warlock. I'm talking about your student loans.
Yes.
Which, if anybody's in the Discord, would have seen the D&T meme about student loans versus Warlock packs. And we all know that the Warlock pack wins out by one item, is that you get a sweet D10 damage.
Glorious.
Correct.
Otherwise, exactly the same.
Pact of the Tome was pretty good.
Yeah.
Nat, what was your satyr's name?
Nihilus.
Nihilus?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, of course. Well, thank you all, and welcome, watchers. This is our group that will be summoned to the Farragast Manor. So, as the carriage trundles along, you have a moment to take in the affluence of these spaces. The carriage is driven by a porter, but a portier or whatever they call them. But he pretty much has not said much other than to come and pick you up and said that he is taking you to see the Lord Farragast himself. I guess while we are travelling, we've got a few moments. Is there anything your characters would like to do?
I'm going to say that we're probably sitting with our back to the driver.
Yep.
I'm going to open up the little hatch and start making small talk with the driver.
Oh, no.
Roll eyes.
Wow, geez, the lawns are really well manicured here. Oh, look at those hedges. Those are really, really nice hedges. How do you get the edges so sharp on the hedges there?
I don't know. That's
There's lots of birds
landscape,
here. But
yeah.
what do you have names to the birds?
No. I
Who
don't.
built that gazebo over there?
He kind of just sighs and then just stops answering, even though you continue.
I continue to go on.
You just sort of jump from topic to topic.
Wow, that's a lot of clover. I've never seen so much clover. I mean, I've heard it's really good about that. Oh, wow. Is that a real fountain? And it just keeps going.
What other part
So Nihilus is apparently doing her best to push through a hangover. In one hand, basically she's just against the side, trying not to get motion sick. And the other hand is basically clutching a small decanter of some sort of liquid. You're not quite sure what. But she is clutching it as if it holds the secret to life itself. And occasionally just kind of looking around, sipping, clutching it again.
The gator of aid.
Or the cough of E.
I know that artifact well.
Yeah.
Nab doesn't have any discernible face or facial features, but you can tell from Elton's just droning on. You can feel how annoyed Nab is at this.
Just deflates ever so
Yeah.
slightly.
He's either deflated or there's every time he starts talking, there's just this tiny little shiver that goes up his form or something.
He jiggles.
He just goes, whoa.
The irony is because Nab is so much like a water cooler, it just encourages me to go on.
Oh no.
He must be talking. He must be agreeing with me.
Water cooler, it's just water cooler speak.
Yeah.
Did anybody catch that really interesting
Telepathically, he's just
retrospective
going,
at the forum the other night?
shut up.
Stop talking. What is Maurice?
So Maurice is tending to most of his shrooms, and namely the ones on his staff, to which he's mostly just plucking and making sure that they're all in rightful order. He notices one of them is a little bit dry. He gives it a bit of a flick. Just breaks it off, and then just.
Is that why you got the chips?
Yeah.
Reminds me of Kaya.
Kay is also a druid.
Oh my god.
It's just Kaya.
Oh my god.
That's just Kay.
Anyway, sorry. Talking about characters from personal games. Awesome. Well, as your group has their activities, it's not too long before you are pretty much right in front of the mansion itself. It rises in front of you majestically, a testament to Lord Farragas's affluence within this city. Its exterior is an architectural marvel, constructed with gleaming white marble that you have heard, rumours are, quarried from distant mountains. A grand staircase leads to an imposing entrance, flanked by colossal stone statues depicting heroic figures from the kingdom's lore. The imposing double doors, adorned with golden filigree, stand as a silent invitation to explore this mansion. However, apart from that, it's got two sort of wings. So there's a west wing and an east wing. They're about 3 stories high, and then past the foyer, just a little setback in the center of the building, there's a huge arcane sorcerial light tower, wizard tower thing that sort of juts out, all still made of the same material. You have enormous banners, flags flowing from flagpoles and things like that, all adorned with the purple and gold crest of the Farragast estate, which looks something like a dragon, but it's a dragon head, but then a lion body, and then feathery wings. So it's a very interesting creature.
Now, as a dwarf, can I see whether or not this stone is actually from a faraway land?
You most certainly can do a stone cutting check for me, good sir.
Is it advantage? Is it advantage or is it just the...
It's advantage and I think investigation.
And you get the double proficiency.
Yeah.
That is a dirty 20.
Nice.
You're not 100% sure, but you're pretty sure that there are some large... This type of stone marble could come from the Winter Mountains to the very, very far north. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of miles. But it does look, as you sort of check out the contours and the design of the different sort of speckles of black and the flecks of sort of silver lights that reflect in the sort of patterns definitely indicates that it's probably something like that.
That's fine stonework. That.
I was really hoping that it was going to be bad stonework, and you were just going to blow this whole thing wide.
This is just chipboard.
It's a sham!
Wait a second, it's just paper mache.
Old money in here.
But you would also know, for the distance, the type of stone it is, it's hundreds of thousands of golds worth of stone.
The surest stone.
I should take a stone.
Like stupid amount.
Take some stone.
Is it good stone?
Right.
What kind of stone is it?
Good stone.
Tell me about the stone.
Mountain.
Yeah. What are they like? Have you ever been there?
That cost, that Lord Farragas will definitely tell you about it.
Yeah?
Yeah, rich people love talking about stone.
Do you want to talk about stone with me some more?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah.
All right, we can continue to talk about stone.
So you guys talk about that for just a moment as the carriage comes to an abrupt halt. The driver gets off the side, sort of grumbling to himself. You have no idea why. Assuming that he was obviously having deep thoughts about your conversation. Comes up, opens the door, and as he opens the door, there's a latch that undoes at the bottom, and a roll of carpet sort of hits the ground, which he just pushes over, and it just rolls all the way up. So you don't step on the pebble gravel. It's carpet and then straight onto stairs, marble stairs.
Oh, fancy.
I'm gonna step on the gravel.
That was spicy.
It's like, wow. Up the stairs, knock on the door, they're expecting you.
I kind of take out one of my cards from my pocket. So this is my contact details. If you ever want to catch up and we talk a little bit more, we can maybe catch up for a bit of a drink. Do you have a card on you? I'd like to get your contact details if you don't have.
I don't know, but sure. He takes it, puts it in a pocket, and then just go on, get out of here.
And you'll send the messenger, right? We'll catch up.
Yeah, definitely.
Now gladly takes the carpet. The gravel just gets stuck on him.
I'll take the carpet too.
Just like a walking lint roller.
Yeah.
So you walk on up
Why do you think there's
to
so many
the stairs, ascend the flight of stairs, coming up to the doors, and you find yourselves, there's two guards at the ready. As they see you, see the carriage, see the people that are approaching, they don't say anything. One of the guards, in sort of half-plate mail, same tabard with the crest, purple and gold accents, opens the door, and you are greeted with the foyer of this enormous mansion. That guard then follows in, who basically turns to your group and goes, "Follow me, the Lord is expecting you."
My name's Elton. What's your name?
Trevor.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's really nice to meet you, Trevor. You been a guard long?
It's been a while. This way, step lightly. So you're stepping through these doors, this foyer, you're immediately hit by the scent of polished wood, waxed floors, and you can hear a fireplace
That's a good
crackling
idea.
off to the side. It is a temperate climate here, so it is coming into winter and it gets a little bit chilly.
Slippery floor.
But there is a huge, we're talking massive crystal chandelier dangling overhead of this foyer space, which is creating a cascade of sparkling light over the mosaic tiled floor, which depicts the Farragast family crest once again. Gilded mirrors and ornate paintings line the walls, reflecting the history of this family. There's what you assume Lord Farragast in one of them, with a woman and a very young daughter. He looks, he's a pretty attractive, handsome man. He's got the jawline, he's got the long black hair, the trim cut beard and moustache, and just the noble regalia is just on point.
Wait,
It's
a man
absolutely
cuts beard for? Why?
As we
I wish I
walk
could
in-
grow a beard.
Don't understand them. Don't understand them.
As we walk in, Nihilus trailing towards the back of the group, just heaves a great sigh, and then, all of a sudden, big breath, stands up straight, glass gets tucked somewhere into the robes, and then kind of, like a switch, bright smile across the face, trots up to the front of the party,
Oh, Nihilus, this is my friend Trevor.
Very good.
Trevor, you were saying more about how we're going to catch up a bit later?
I mean, maybe. I'm not sure, but I'll... Oh, I know... What's that?
What?
It's okay, Trevor, dear. Don't worry.
Just say yes, it's easier.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually going to get some friends together a little bit later in the week, in the 10-day. I thought maybe we could, I thought I'd give you my contact details and we could talk a little bit more about what it's like being a guard and, maybe some stuff to see around the city.
Yes, definitely, yes.
Alright,
100%. Just looks really confused for a second.
I'm going to have to make some more dips.
Pockets that down like his breastplate, and then continues leading you through the halls. Eventually, you come out to a mezzanine level balcony that overlooks the gardens at the rear, and it is like a hedge maze and just an enormously well kept mass of gardens out the back. And you can see on this balcony, standing very much looking like the paintings that you saw as you walked in, the tall, very businessman-like Lord Phineas Farragut. He is a human. The painting was obviously done at some point when he was a bit younger. He's no longer fully black jet hair. He has the streaks of silver, like a silver fox of a man. His beard and hair look incredibly well kept. Probably in his mid-50s or so, and standing about 6'2". Decent build. Looks like he works out.
Hubba.
Yeah. He's currently has a small China set tea, and he's sipping it as he's looking out over the balcony. As the guard sort of gestures for your attendants on the balcony as well, you can see over what he's looking at is down in the courtyard. There is a archery range. Archery points set up on the left, and there is a woman dressed in sort of like riding boots, leather pants, and a very sort of like tight corset top, taking shots at that with a half-orc butler, is essentially the best way to describe it. Full tuxedo, tailcoat, hands clasped behind his hand. Sorry?
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. He has a broken tusk, but the other one is still pretty good. And he definitely is quite aged, because after a time the greenish skin waylays to browny and greys in the later years of the half-orcs, and he is looking at this girl as she notches another arrow and aims, lets it fly, and it hits its mark within the second circle from the outside.
Two important questions, Andy.
Yes.
First of all, before I shout J'accuse, what is the Lord Phineas Farragut's pinky doing as he's drinking from the tea? Oh, okay. I withdraw my accusation. And secondly, I know in this rich tapestry world that you are fashioning, you probably have a voice in,
trying to.
you probably have a voice in mind for the half-orc butler, but I'll be disappointed if it's not Michael Caine based. Something Michael Caine adjacent.
I will try, but my Michael Caine's not very good. Pretty much everybody who has been watched this channel has seen my range of voice acting capabilities, which is not very good.
we haven't even touched the bottom of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the effort that counts.
Yeah. I try. In a fantasy world, even a poor Scottish accent is still the correct accent for whatever I'm trying to go for, right?
Something once I saw was like, I'm doing an accent here, but before you guys send in some angry comments, this is a fantasy world, it's not based on and so it can technically be as offensive as I like.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
People just go, whoa, we can't say that.
Yeah.
They're like, I can definitely do whatever the hell I want, so...
Just try and stop me.
So at that point, the guard sort of turns, gets you guys in line and goes, Lord Farragut, the adventurers that you have hired have arrived. He looks over, almost as if he didn't notice that you were there to begin with, and goes, "Very good, thank you. Please, Trevor, you may go."
See you, Trevor.
Trevor gives a bow, and
Don't
then
forget the party, Trevor.
heads out.
Talk later, mate. Bye.
He's like, "Yeah." Do an insight check.
Oh my god.
We've got enough supplies for this party.
Well, I've ordered several dips
14.
and
14?
cheeses.
Yeah, he's not going to hang out with him.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's some really nice.
I'll
nice
just
breads.
tap him reassuringly on the shoulder as he walks.
Oh, thank. No, I got the hat just the other day. It was really nice. Well, thank you.
So Faragast puts the tea down. You can see he's pretty much finished with it. Walks over. He is currently wearing this long gold and purple embroidered cloak. He is currently actually bare-chested, like the shirt is V-necked like that. But he has a huge gold chain sort of linked, like massive thick chains that ends in a amulet which has, again, his family crest. For some reason, it's just everywhere. But he does have knee-high black leather boots.
What are those boots called in other circumstances?
Well, I do know
Riding
some
boots?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Why not Aurora?
And he just looks absolutely well kept, cut, resplendent. You do notice though, actually, anybody who has a passive over 14. Yep. We got one.
No.
Going for 2.
This
No.
ooze is
One.
blind as a bat.
So you notice, Maurice, that he has what looks to be hardened plated mithril sheets for armor that kind of like are underneath his normal clothes. You catch the gleam and the glitter of them, and you know the type of metal that normally signifies because it is a sort of softish purple glow.
But with his chest exposed.
Yeah,
So he's just.
he's an anime character, you know.
Wait.
He's just got armor everywhere
I'm
except
going
the
to
vital
stand like
parts.
this.
Right. He's got a boob window.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, excellent.
Nice.
It's a
I've got one too.
Yeah,
The
the chance.
beards in the way. You can't see it.
Ah, just like
It's-
a beautiful.
it's actually-
Yeah, I just see the
He's
people
probably
of
done a
beard.
lot of like
Huh?
survivorship bias studies
No,
to
no, it's
note
pretty
that
thoroughly
the
covered.
extremities are the points that you protect, not the middle
I
ones.
just
Oh, if you
Yeah.
curl up like an armadillo.
I'm just real hairy.
I love the idea that you're lifting it up and it's just another patch of hair.
It's not a wool coat.
It's cold up north.
So he approaches and extends a hand to the closest person, which will probably be you. As you kind of like interject, and he's just like, "Oh, sorry, it is good to see you and meet you at last."
Really nice to meet you. Really nice to meet you. My name's Elton Ironsands. It's a pleasure to be in your house. It's a lovely garden you've got there.
Thank
I'd really
you.
actually like to, when you get a sec, I know we've got some stuff to talk about here. in a
We have
moment.
very important things.
Yeah, but like the gardens are really, really amazing. I'd really love to, know how and what it kind of takes to maintain a garden.
I
So
will put you in contact with my gardener. then.
Oh, great! What's his name?
That's a good question, actually.
Nanya.
I'll
He's
have to
rich.
find it out. Most
Rich
of
doesn't know the
my
name of his employees.
most of my servants I
Look at
don't
this
know,
place.
but
Perhaps you can
Um,
ask Trevor when you next see him.
Yeah, Trevor. We met Trevor. Trevor's really nice. Really, really nice.
he's a good guard. Actually, I know him quite well. But if you're after particular names of people, my assistant butler down there, Franz, he will be able to assist.
Franz. Franz is a great name.
We always have to suspect the butler.
The butler dealer's name is
Uh,
Franz.
my lord, it is a pleasure.
Nice to meet you. Phineas Faragast, Lord Noble of this fine city of Elysia.
So, Niles Lightfoot, as summoned. And by this time, sort of on the walk here, you've noticed that basically all the loose ends, all the the shirt tags have been tucked in. Basically, Niles is back to looking like
A functioning member of
a
society.
functioning member of society, and perhaps even someone who's meant to be in a place like this, as opposed to looking like they just rolled out of the tavern. It's been a long morning. So yes, as summoned.
You're doing great, Niles.
Nap does a pretty big bow, very gloopy.
He kind of like sits there for a second and then like very reluctantly shakes the hand as he's just like,
it feels cold.
it's cold but it's not slimy.
Yeah.
And he does check after he finishes and he's just like, interesting. And he comes over to Maurice and just sits there and goes, because you're quite filthy,
Smelly.
right?
and smelly. Literally one of my notes
Few
here is
esteemed
just
druid,
smelly.
and he just gives you a bow. He doesn't touch you. And then he
Let's give him a
finishes.
soldier's bow.
That's the most respect I've seen once.
A legionnaire. Interesting.
Once upon a time.
You served in some of the great battles then, I hear.
I didn't give myself these scars. Oh, I did some of them actually. It's not true.
He's just like,
That's dark.
well, I wish it was under better circumstances that I hire you. I usually employ adventuring parties to do some quick reconnaissance or setting off to other worlds and other lands to procure items of rest, but unfortunately I have a bit of a problem. So at this point, as he's standing there, the girl's taken probably 2 or more shots. One of them's completely missed. The other one's gotten pretty close to the middle sort of ring around the bullseye, but not really. And the half-orc guy comes up and starts like adjusting her stance a bit better and stuff like that. And she kind of like flicks her long black hair back and seems a bit annoyed that he's trying to get Elle in it. And he just goes back and then she takes more shots. You then notice again in all of the trees, ravens sitting perched, watching. 30 out the back here, maybe closer to 40. And Lord Farragas, as he gets ready to start, kind of like sits there and looks out. You can see he's checking the trees in the areas that have them before his attention draws back towards you. I'm not sure how much you already know, but the city is in the middle of a bit of a crisis. It would seem that a new master thief has decided to rear their ugly head and, well, start hitting up the most affluent members of society within Leisure. It has already hit 4 out of the 5 high noble houses, high lord houses, the main ones, and I believe that I am next. And soon, even potentially tonight. The reason that I have hired you is that the city guard have been completely and utterly useless in this endeavor. I've never, I have thought them incompetent for years, but this is beyond anything I could have ever have conceived with the morality of it. They are just so useless at catching nothing but some cat burglar, although with some skill this person may have. But I thought it best to bring in some third-party people, where coin is important and skill is also paramount. You are in a very dangerous profession after all, being adventurers. You've dealt with great battles, giant creatures, all sorts of tasks. So hopefully, something like this would be quite simple and not above what you are capable of doing.
Well, let's hope so.
I am an open book with all the information that I know, plus any rumors that you have heard around town. But the mission is quite simple. Under your contract, standard agreement for adventuring company, you are to stop this burglar, this thief, only known or given the moniker by the masses, the Black Raven. if you were to capture them, I would consider it a bonus and would reward you such. But it is 5,000 gold pieces for the protection of my treasury, and if you captured this individual, I will give you 10 more.
How much is your student loans?
That's 10,000
Yes.
for a total of 15. Split amongst you, of course, but still quite a good amount of money, and far more than anything the other houses have tried to pay off with their own private guards or even the city watch itself. So please, ask away. What information do you require before I leave you to
These
your
birds got something
machinations?
to do with the burglar? Is that why you got ravens everywhere?
Kind of like
It's very
like
odd.
seems a bit deflated for a second. He's just like, this is how we know that I am the target
Right.
and that it is going to happen soon.
I'm gonna throw my javelin at one, alright? I'll throw my javelin at one.
Totally fine. So you make an attack roll.
Like you said, totally fine when the
It's
javelin
just
was
a
already in the air.
roll.
That is a 19 hit.
It's a bird.
What was that? 18?
19, yeah.
19, yeah. You skewer one of the ravens.
Massive.
Hey.
At that point, like the people down near the thing, the woman and the half orcs will look.
I use a javelin, love. It's much more accurate.
She kind of like looks up at you and just furrows her brow. The Lord is just like, impressive, but sadly futile. The Anaheras, the second noble house that was hit, they tried to expel these ravens. Sadly, more just continue to come every single day. They replace.
We might make a mistake, so I'll kill a few more if you like.
You can continue to do so.
I'm just gonna wander off and start killing ravens.
Yeah, you're just like throwing javelins, throwing at them. Squirrels.
Using the cage of flower.
I'm using the same one. I'm using the same one, but I'm skewering them further down the javelin as I go.
Oh my god.
Goes and picks
Walk
them
over
up.
there from my.
So violent.
I wish to do a nature check. This clearly isn't normal behavior for ravens.
No.
Yeah, do a nature check.
I forgot you were a druid.
Go
Sorry
for
if
it.
this offends you. I'm still gonna do it though.
It continues to do.
I got 5 of them.
Alright, that is going to be a grand total of 6.
It's not normal, but you have no clue why.
Birds are strange creatures. If someone was to command them, I don't know how. Unless they had an affinity of sorts.
Perhaps it is maybe this thief is no mere normal thief. Some have postulated it as a spellcaster, druid or something. It seems to have magical capabilities, whoever they are.
So, if you don't mind me asking,
Not at all.
what is? So, I take it the ravens are a sign of an imminent plunder.
The more, once it reaches more than 50, which we easily have, that night is usually the night that the strike happens. The thief makes their move.
Usually, but not always.
It has happened earlier, but not later. Which is why we believe that it will happen at least tonight.
Very well.
So just to put it in perspective, it is pretty much first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Like you were taken from the tavern straight up after waking up having breakfast. So you've got the whole day to get through things here.
Investigation.
And so, are there any other common patterns or anything that have happened with the other noble houses?
Well, the other noble houses, the Dolpardis, the Anaheras, the Loresias, and the Star Songs. The first place was hit. They had nothing but their normal guards. Nobody knew anything was wrong apart from the fact that there was more birds around. The Dolpardis didn't think anything of it, and they suffered for it. Their entire treasury was emptied within an hour.
That's no small feat.
Correct. It is not. And the same with the Anaheras, the Laresias, and the Star Songs, all the same. 1 hour is all it took for them to be cleaned out. They even, by the time it got to the Star Songs, and they felt that they were the ones under the duress next, They split their stuff among different locations secured within their household. It still was not enough. The thief made through each location, cleaned it out within quick succession.
So here's a voice in his head. Just,
He kind of like looks at the plasmoid and just goes,
are you sure it's one thief? Are there many?
we cannot be sure, but a few people have seen this person. Not sure if it is a woman or a man. They're obviously cloaked and hidden in black leathers and the usual slinks of thieves and what gear they use. But they are quick. It is not unlikely that it is more than one person. But apart from the wealth being taken in that quick succession by this individual, I believe it was the Laresias, managed to seal magically their vault, and that too was bypassed.
Yikes.
The seal was found to have been disabled for 10 minutes, which my arcanists believe a spell of knock can do that. More importantly though, that spell, they said, normally has an audible sound as it activates, yet nobody heard it.
Odd. And no one thought to post guards within the treasuries to observe?
They tried, knocked out. The only ones who really saw much of what happened inside, I believe in the second and third and fourth ones, caught a glimpse of a hooded figure, but was quickly neutralized before they got much else information. The guards, unfortunately, seem to be very outmatched by whoever this is.
Nab kind of nods his head, but every time he does it,
There was no wounds, no damage.
They are not killing, nor are they severely injuring. Enough to knock somebody out or incapacitate them, but nothing that anybody couldn't recover from quite easily with some rest and magical healing.
So no lasting harm then?
No. They are obviously doing this passively or pacifistically.
Lord Farragast,
Yes.
was there any other clues around any of the other crime scenes?
No trace of anything once done,
And
sadly.
when you said the treasuries were all emptied out, even the one that was dispersed over multiple locations,
Correct.
everything was taken.
Every
Everything of value.
single item of value.
Now, we've dealt with many wealthy individuals of power and privilege, such as yourself, and we know some of them have key items, heirlooms, things of that they and others value above all else. If it's not too much of a personal question, of course, is there something that you think that the thief could be after in your vault specifically?
No. The problem is that they take everything. So it is hard to single out any individual item that they would be trying to obtain. I can tell you though, with that train of thought, that there's no consistent item between the 5 houses that is in each of our treasuries. Apart from our royal seals under the Regent King, which are all left.
The royal seals have been left.
Mainly because they are kept on our person, and he kind of like taps his amulet.
Runs his hand down his glistening chest.
Always oddly pre-oiled.
Yeah, it's just like, is that oil or is he sweaty?
Very sweaty.
So much sweat.
He's very nervous.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that we might have some background knowledge as well coming into this. He almost seemed to allude that we might have heard some rumors or something around town.
He's basically giving you everything that you would believe, but if you want to do history checks,
Yeah.
I can give you a few additional things that he hasn't.
I'll leave the brain and then the thinking to you guys.
As I am a
Now
ne'er-do-well
Now
With-
we'll help you.
with criminal connections.
Yep,
Oh no.
I'll give you advantage.
Excellent, thank you.
Nav doesn't know much about history.
No. I think Nav may have led me down the wrong path.
Yeah.
What'd you guys get?
That was a bad influence.
8.
And you were helping her? Yeah, cool.
That's really
What's-
bad at
what-
history.
That's with a
What's-
+4.
What'd you get, Sir Jar? Anyway.
I didn't know.
Oh, you did it
I'm
wrong.
leaving the brain into this
He's
guy.
just stabbing birds.
There's not much happening up
You
here.
probably got another like 2 or 3 at this point.
16 from me.
Very intimidating.
16, and what'd you get?
I got 18.
18, okay. So the two of you guys, rumour amongst the criminal syndicates that you probably know, you've used Thieves' Can to maybe communicate with a few people. Once you've
I
got
talk
the...
a lot with these can as well.
yeah. The rooster's in the cooking burrow. People are like, what?
He's just insane.
Yeah, he's just crazy. So, I mean, you picked up, as soon as you got the quest, and obviously a high profile thief like that doesn't go unmentioned within the circles that you frequent. A lot of people are saying it's going to be a woman. It has to be a woman. Like, speed, the skill, all that kind of stuff. Their main sort of like, you know, they're betting essentially. People are putting it on a woman or a male or something like that. Some people are saying it's probably some sort of fast race or species, like it's a Baxi or something like that. You know, definitely for sure that some of the other rumours going around town is there's been inquiries into the Arcanum. What did I call the magic place for this? One shot, one world, one opportunity. They were called, was the Arcanum... Arcanum Academy. So you know the Arcanum Academy has had some dealings in this, and one of the big things that they have been looking into is the magical capabilities of somebody like this, trying to understand, but the general knowledge around that side of things is that whoever it is has a very comparable capability of spellcasting to be able to get through the types of wards and stuff that they put up the last couple times. So you're looking at a mage level person, not an apprentice, somebody who's actually like a full proper
Oh no.
mage.
Okay.
I would like to know, with the fortune, if you do know this, with the fortune that spread out from all these different locations, was it all taken at the exact same time?
It was not, no. The person had to physically move through the locations, and they tried to stagger it, but every group of guards were bested and knocked out.
Do we know what the time difference was between each hit?
Minutes, I believe.
Oh.
And how far away were those locations?
They had it on them in their manner,
Oh, right, okay.
so definitely quite capable of somebody moving from a location within minutes just by walking or running.
Just-
They would have to know the layout in order to be able to move that quickly, wouldn't they?
that's a very, very good assumption.
Yeah.
We thought about that too. We've managed to do some pretty heavy screening on our guards and others, but we haven't found any leads, even unsolicited searches of their personal homes and things to at least catch maybe something that would allude to maybe a mole within our own midst, but to no avail so far.
Sure, they would have loved that. Kicking open the door.
Yeah,
Inspires confidence in yourself.
we're coming in, inspection!
It's your employer!
Where is he?
Definitely in the thieves' hideout. The betting board might have woman and tabaxi on the list of likely things.
Yeah.
My Elton's vote is on trench coat full of ravens.
Elton.
Could be the bear.
in your circles, have you managed to catch wind of anyone taking part in a greater than usual distribution of wealth? Anyone who perhaps had habits of fitting someone who'd come across a large landfall?
Nobody's been throwing around the kind of coin that one might expect from this type of thing.
No, I wouldn't even get you to roll for that. It is very well known knowledge that the 4 houses, the amount of treasure would be very noticeable. None of it has resurfaced. Wherever it's going, it's being kept by this person.
To be honest, at this stage, if somebody
Another
was
thing.
throwing around that kind of money, the community
Would be very keen to redistribute
Yeah.
it.
would be there's a really great opportunity there.
Yes.
Hey, Maurice, can you talk to these birds?
I was thinking of that actually. You've screened your employees and your servants, yes?
They're the scouts.
Yes, we have. I made sure of it to do it in the last week, and as far as I am aware, it has been quite thorough. But my captain of the guard, Aston Dale, will definitely be able to give you a little bit more information around that process if needed. Franz, my butler and assistant, will obviously show you around the manor and give you a little bit more information about the different areas that we have. But as for me, I do apologize. I have prior engagements, some meetings with the other houses around reconciling our, I'm going to say it, fortunes to make sure that we can weather this storm. But it is dire. If I were to lose my treasury, it will impact several major companies, including my Farragast Industries company, and tank the economy of this fair town quite severely.
Last question, Lord Farragas, just before you get on with your really important stuff.
You want to hang out later?
Oh, yeah, don't block that torch.
So while you guys are saying that, and just before you say that, the butler and the girl have come up, and you can see she's like packing stuff away, and he's moving over to your position, takes a stand behind Lord Farragas before she comes over and sort of reaches down and she takes another cup of tea, which you can probably feel is cold, but she just like sculls it and then drops it down on the
Hi
ground.
there. Hi, welcome.
Hello.
So before you head off, let's say I mean, we're pretty confident we'll be able to sort this thing out. I mean, this is why you hired us. But hypothetically speaking, if everything was to go wrong and you lost everything, who would fill that space? I assume there'd be some sort of power vacuum in the city. Who's the one who has the most to gain?
It would probably be the lesser noble houses. They're always scheming and conniving. But I can say, hand on heart, this is too bold even for them. They understand what it means. A power vacuum is good, but the damage it would do before such a house could replace us would be catastrophic.
So if nobody's benefiting in a city, could it be somebody from outside the city?
Any dissidents, perhaps?
No, we've kept tabs on those, but nothing that comes to mind, no. I believe it is just some wily rogue who was thinking himself better than the ones above him.
Or themselves, if it did happen to be a bunch of ravens in a trench coat.
Yes, yes.
Sure.
That's the most likely option.
So he turns to what you assume is his daughter, but she's grown up. She's probably in her early 20s. She sort of like comes forward and she goes, I must take my daughter to the estate she is staying for the evening. Got to protect her. In the meantime, my love, this is the adventuring group that I have hired. Adventurers, this is my daughter, Rosalie Farragus.
Nap waves with his entire body.
She like looks and like puts out the hand like this.
Really nice to meet you. Really nice to meet you. My name's Elton.
He seems fun. Nice to meet you all as well.
Not fun at all.
I do hope that you sort this out. My father has been quite stressed, and I do not want to see my dear father distressed. And if you don't sort this out and he gets more stressed, there will be consequences. And she just like turns and walks away.
Before she does, as I'm shaking her hand,
Yeah.
can I kind of like stake her out a little bit just to see if there's anything good I might be able to pilfer from her person?
Yeah.
That's such a weird
Do an insight check.
Inside. Did you just mock my pilfer from a person?
Yeah.
Like clearly you've not been in the rogue circles. That's what we say all the time.
Feel free.
Um, You said perception, right?
Perception, yeah.
Yeah, 13.
That's okay. She's obviously in some sort of active gear, so it doesn't look like she's really got anything on her.
Yoga pants. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they're like everything's tight fitting. Doesn't look like she's got anything on her.
Jeggings.
Jeggings.
You and your jegging class.
Jeans, apparently.
New fashion in the capital.
Jeans.
Jeggings.
And if you don't mind me asking, my lady,
She like stops and goes, yes.
where might we contact you if need be?
I'm
give her a card.
going to a friend's estate, one of the other noble houses that have been hit. It is. Where is she staying tonight? 1 second. I had it 2 seconds ago, and then it moved away.
I don't want to step on your action, but I do want to say, can I sleight of hand a card into her person?
Yeah, go for it. So you do a sleight of hand. She is going to the Star Songs.
When you took her hand originally,
Exactly, yeah.
just slip the card.
The question is into what pocket?
Yeah, well, it's an 11, so
As 11.
she's going to
okay.
notice wherever I'm putting it.
So
Stuck it to a back.
So as you're going away, you kind of like have the card sort of like flick it up and just move one step forward and just tuck it into the back of her leather pants.
Surely
Because she's tucked in.
The
so it
creepiest
kind of-
location I could have put it. Thank you.
And it just sits there, and she doesn't seem to react. Check it out that booty as it walks away.
Slap the hand down.
Mission failed successfully.
As she walks around like, javelins, remember, and I hold up my raven.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 of it on it now, and she just shakes her head and then leaves.
So we know if the
So Lord Farragrass dismisses himself as well, saying, "You have the, like I said, talk with the Captain of Guard and my butler here, Franz, will assist you with anything else. You have more or less free reign of the manor. There are some areas Franz will tell you to stay away from, not so much for security purposes, but for just your safety."
Now, wine cellar.
Our safety.
Inbounds or outbounds?
What,
Wine cellar, yeah.
The wine cellar, I'm sure, is in bounds, and I'm
All
sure
right.
if you ask kindly enough, Franz will get you a bottle.
Aw, yeah.
And make it a good one. That can be on top of your feet.
Excellent. Make it a barrel.
But I must excuse myself. I've a busy day. You have the day to sort out whatever defenses, whatever traps or machinations you think will slow this person down, or better yet, stop them. And remember, capturing them gives you that 10,000 extra gold pieces if you manage to do so. I hope to be back by nightfall to see what progress you have made.
is alive one of the conditions for the capture?
Yes.
Aw.
The extra money.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Captured alive. If you kill them, and which will by extension stop them, you will get nothing but the 5k.
Why do you want them alive?
I have questions.
What
Namely, where is everything that they have already taken from us?
What if we get you a cleric that can talk to the dead?
Well, that's a good point. We can talk to dead people.
That is a possibility. It's quite pricey, but if you kill them, and you can sort that out and get the information that I need, we'll call it a deal. I'll just have to take the fee of the cleric out of the 10,000.
So we've got to work at the questions as well. 5 questions.
So 2 clerics.
2 clerics.
I must say,
Better
I
make it
leave.
5.
I leave.
Better make it 5.
Go, get out.
He gets out of here.
I just see him go. I'll have to watch him leave.
We'll just go and camp out at the church
Yes.
so someone can answer the questions for us.
So I mean, table talk. If we find out that the Black Raven has a numb booty, we know it's going to be the daughter.
Yeah.
roll to touch button.
Yeah, that's definitely her.
Still with card in there.
One way.
So,
Plus someone.
you just go around the group,
Two
everyone
bags
in
of
town.
holding.
Yeah, it's the same
four
bus.
things.
We got it.
Once
We
you
got it. We solved the mystery. He's just going to grab every ass in town until he finds the same one.
once you've eliminated all possibilities, what does have left? However bootylicious must be the truth.
To be fair, you act like that's not the norm.
It's true.
Yes.
So at this point, you're left with nobody but the butler, who comes up, gives you a very deep bow. He is exactly as described before, tuxedo-dressed orc, brown and green skin. He's got a bald head, but he's got wisps of white hair sort of around this section. He, for a half orc or an orc, he probably looks to be over 60 years, so he has been around for quite some time. And he just wanders up and, God, I can't do Michael Caine here. Just gonna do the voice I chose for him.
Which is Michael Caine.
Yeah, sure. So he just comes up and goes, "Well, I'm Franz Gilcutter.
Nice.
Used to be captain of the guard around here, but now I am butler and assistant to the Faragast family. I am at your disposal, and wherever you wish to go or see, within reason, I can facilitate. We can go and talk to Captain Aston, if we need be, about what defences he has in play. We could go and look at the vault, where we have currently put all of the treasury at the moment. But any other information that I can provide, I will try to endeavour to do it. But unfortunately, I know not much more than what the Lord has already told you." He's always with his hands clasped behind his back and just sort of stands there waiting for what you guys want to do.
Alright, you can talk and keep him busy. I'm gonna go look around the gardens.
Okay, go for a wander.
Bye, Maurice. Bye.
Now, I like to see the wine cellar, because I think that's where they're going to hit first.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
excellent.
We can definitely go down there first. If need be, but otherwise, if you would like to see the vault, or if there's something else you would like to do.
I believe the vault would be a good port of call. See, potentially, what they need to get through primarily.
So he sees inside and he sort of waves down a guard that sort of comes running to him. And he goes, "Can you please tell Captain Dale to meet us at the vault? I have the adventuring party that Lord Faragast has hired for tonight's events." The guard sort of like nods and runs away. And he goes, "Please follow me." And he starts heading off. Alright, Maurice, we'll start with you before we jump over to the vault,
Right.
slash to the cellar. What would you like? What are you doing? You're looking to try and talk to somebody.
So
Something.
I'm going to take a head down to the gardens, like I said. Maurice is going to head on down to the gardens. He wants to, namely, inspect the ravens.
Yep.
He knows by now, based on what I've learned, it isn't a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
He would assume at that
Got
point
that base, yeah.
that a druid would be at some sort of play here if he's controlling the ravens. But the knowledge that this is actually possibly a mage from the academy would skew his beliefs a little bit more. It could be either way. So he's going to throw on detect magic. He's going to just cast a spell slot for it. Not going to waste time on a ritual.
Yep.
Head on down, and he's going to look around the grounds.
Yep.
He's going to try and get within 30 feet of a raven to test them out, see if there's any influence on them.
Very much easy to do. There are a few that are quite low on some of the oaks. So your aura pushes out. No magic just in the gardens itself. As far as your detection of arcane capabilities is telling you. As soon as you get close to a raven, the force of your sort of detection spell washes over them. You sense no magic.
Well, that takes out one possibility. Probably three. Can I do an animal
Who
handling?
Hangdog is? I assume it's Hamish.
I'm going to do a. Can I do an animal handling check?
Yeah.
Sort of get like a vibe on what the ravens are currently.
Go for it. Make an animal handling roll for me, please.
Little dickheads, I would presume.
They're all just like carving swear words into the trees with their claws,
Just
smoking.
That is going to be a 23.
23, nice. Their movements are very natural. They seem to be flocking, moving around. They're still socializing correctly, as if they're not influenced to do it. But the fact that they're all congregating here, the only thing you can really feel is they're probably drawn here by something.
So something has brought them. Okay, yeah. Well, may as well find out what we've got then. I'm going to drop the detect magic. I didn't know speak with animals is concentration, but speak with animals.
Yep, cool.
So once I just rub my throat a bit. Hello there!
Like one of the ravens sort of like cocks his head and goes,
Tell them
What?
to fucking eat them and leave.
Why are you all around here for? What's going on?
cause, voices, music, hear the music,
Music?
and one of the other ones, music, 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 music. And they all sort of like cascade
Oh,
out.
As they are.
Quaff the raven.
That's why I despise talking with ravens and birds. What's it sound like?
Lovely music.
Where is it coming from?
Come here. Lovely, nice. Ravens. I threw that one. I threw that last one in there. You just say that.
And where's it coming from? In there?
One of them sort of like goes like that and like points its beak towards the matter and goes, yes, big shiny building, yes, music building, yeah. And then that like cascades through. There's 40 or 50 of them now that are all just saying the same thing.
Over and over.
Shiny building, music, lovely.
Thing is, the people who don't speak with animals just hear.
Yeah, there's literally just
You just see if anyone looks out, they just see Maurice standing there, shouting up at the ravens, and they're just screeching it all.
Yeah. You look like you're about to be mobbed.
Yeah.
I want to hear more from that one raven that just says Raven.
That's just Bob.
Yeah.
That's so Raven, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Somebody in chat was just like, somebody's got a soundbite Andy saying that and remix it.
It'll just be like the video, and your mouth will open, and then another Andy will come out, and another Andy will come out.
Please don't.
No, you don't listen to it.
Do it.
Exactly.
You've ensured it now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Surely someone out
so
there
that
has
you
those
feel probably from that's about as much information you can get. They are obviously hearing something that's bringing them to the matter.
Yeah.
They say it's music, but it's obviously something that they can only hear because you can't hear anything. But it's not magic that is directly affecting them because your detect magic spell show that there's no influence. So what is happening is actually natural. They're naturally being drawn to something.
Could I do a nature check then again?
I'll allow you to do another one, yes. Failed once.
15.
15. You know that in nature, some creatures can obviously hear certain things at certain wavelengths. Whatever they are probably hearing or say that they're hearing must be specifically attuned to their olfactory senses.
Right, so specifically
Like-
ravens.
Like a dog whistle for dogs. It's obviously a pitch or a tone or something that is, it's only ravens too. It's not just generic birds in general. So whatever it is so minutely fine that it's working on one specific species of birds.
Well then, let's see if we can get a more personal opinion. I'm going to
Like, just grab one.
Just grab one and duck the bird tummy.
It has to be Bob. Just
Where's Rachel?
So I'm going to expend one of my wild shapes to
Most
use
okay.
my feature, which will allow me to summon a familiar with it instead.
Yep.
As did he collect the dead raven already?
They're still on his javelin
Yeah.
as
Oh
far
my
as
God.
I know.
I'm about to pull one off and.
So that, okay, well there's no raven corpse lying around. is what
No,
I'm-
no, no. He's,
Okay.
yeah.
I haven't got inside yet.
Then I'm going to meticulously eye off one of my.
Well, the
shrooms.
butler definitely wins, so the four of you have gone while he's doing this.
Yeah. I'm going to pick off one of the shrooms from my staff.
Yep.
I'm going to just give it a bit of a druidic flourish and then throw it onto the ground, where it is going to start growing and reshaping itself into a copy of a raven.
Mushroom magic.
So, since it is a similar species to it and it's keyed directly to the species, would it be hearing anything?
Get it to do a perception check for you.
I don't have raven stats currently.
Let's see if I can race you to it.
Raven race.
Inspiration, if you
Yay! I got it up.
Slightly more aggressive than a pigeon.
They obviously. Oh no, they don't have the advantage stuff. Anyway, they have a +1.
Plus one.
They are proficient, so it's a +3.
Plus 3. Easy 15.
Nice. Okay. You watch as the creature sort of like cocks its head for a second, and then like looks at the manor. It definitely does seem like it's picking something up.
I'm going to then gesture to it. Alright, lead the way. Let's see if
Go
we
on,
can pick
go
it up.
Takes flight and starts heading towards the manor. So, while that's going on, a quick pit stop at the cellar is done. You can see down underneath the kitchen on the ground level, stairs that lead down into a cellar. There are crates of food stores and basically bags of different types of grains and wheats and all that other stuff. That's dry foods that's lasted quite a while. At the back, there are just rows and rows of alcohol. Wine bottles upon wine bottles, some of them labelled, some of them not. And even in the very, very far back, you can see what looks to probably be decanted, sort of like maybe spirits of some description.
I'd like something a bit fruity.
Yes, well, in that case, probably this one.
Not elven, no, not
No.
elven. Okay,
Looks at the label and he's just like, maybe not that one.
Well,
Walks over to another side and
Good
grabs
stuff.
While Franz is looking at the bottles of wines and assisted by Zajal, can I do an investigation check on the grains and wheats, which to my eye might be raven food?
Yeah, go for it.
Raven chow.
I feel like a lot of things could be raven food.
You're right. Won't be with a 5.
No. They look normal. You're just standing there like, so he does bring a bottle over. He's just like, funnily enough, this is actually dwarven
Excellent.
wine.
I'm just going to tuck that in here and I just tie it into my
Ale wine, actually. It's a bit of a blend of both. I've never had it.
hand
So.
over. I wrap the
Oh, okay.
braid around it. I'll save that one for later.
Fully snatch that off my hand.
Aye.
I guess, is there any other stuff that I can get for you in here while we're around? You look like you're nursing a hangover. Do you need some of this? Hair of the dog.
Oh God, no. No.
Ah, yes,
Not
she
again.
does.
Until Tuesday.
Right.
Tuesday's happy hour.
Yeah. At the Silent Coin Tavern. Yes. Used to frequent there all the time. Anyway, come with me. Off to the vault. So, leading you out of the cellar, heading down some hallways on the west wing, you actually go into a dungeon level. It's pretty much only one singular hallway, but there is
Fast XP.
no no XP for what you did.
Oh.
So where's the treasure?
The
vault?
grains don't give you XP, I'm sorry.
No.
So,
I killed 3 ravens.
Hidden-
Surely that's some
hidden deep within the Farragas, well, they are CR0, so they give no experience points.
Just for a bit of flavour, I would like to be just nattering to Franz to work out his whole life story. You know, where he went to school.
He does reciprocate a little bit. He doesn't talk about too much of that, but he does say that he's been with the Farragus family for quite some time. He raised Phineas Farragus, so the Lord, from when he was when he was a young boy. So he's been with the family as long as that. As he was their guard at that point. But he talks about Phineas's parents were killed out in front of a theatre at one point, and
Surprised you grew up as a functioning member of society.
So he's Alfred.
Sure.
He
And
is my
basically, he then switched over to being more of a butler assistant, raised the child, brought somebody else in to captain the guard, which has gone through a couple iterations.
Raven girl.
Mainly because Franz says that every captain of the guard that's preceded him has been very bad at what they do, but you get a sense that's more he is very controlling, very commanding about
standards.
who has taken that role in the family. So, long story short, it takes you down to the treasure vault. So, hidden deep within the Farragus Manor lies the vault. It is a chamber of unparalleled wealth and security. Leading down to the vault is a single stone corridor. There are no worms, no windows. Yep. There's no worms too. No
Not a great
windows.
sign.
Only ever-burning light torches line the hallway. So each torch sconson just has a light spell, basically burning away at it. At the end of this corridor, a single ironclad door sits. It has a hand wheel or a dogging wheel, the things that stub doors have, like the big spinning one. And to the left and right of that, you can see two ornate keyholes with sort of like mechanical sort of subsections around it. He approaches. Franz says, "This is the treasury vault door. Right now, our main defenses are these two keyholes here. The first locking mechanism. Right now, Phineas has a key, as does the captain of the guard, Ashton. There are only two keys. They were crafted specifically by Mr. Winter, and only for this door. Once you open using the keys, the first locking mechanism, the second is a combination lock, which slides up behind. It is a 16 hexadecimal combination, so you kind of have to know what it is, otherwise it will take you a millennium to figure it out."
Table talk. Is there? Can Nap see any like little gaps anywhere in the door? Like
It looks pretty like sealed. He talks. He then. So on that, from a story perspective, he then says, the combination lock is the only other thing that allows this door to be open. It is completely, hermetically, airtight sealed. Anybody who is trapped inside will die after, let's say, 24 hours. There's probably only enough oxygen in there to placate such a person. But once you open it up, you have access to the wealth of the treasures. However, we have managed to get some of the Arcanum Academy's assistance in this matter, and we have two primary spells that are assisting us right now. We have the Arcane Runes of Protection, which prevent teleportation and detection spells of scry and other things to penetrate into the vault, as well as a glimpse of warning built in, which once triggered will set off an alarm at various sort of devices throughout the manor.
So what triggers the alarm again?
And the glimpse of warning.
What triggers the glyph of warning?
The person entering into the vault. And as a backup, we have an arcane eye sitting in the vault. Obviously, as a person is not able to survive, magical spell that is persistent has been crafted in there. The scrying orb is in the captain's chambers, and he is able to keep an eye on, literally, the interior of the treasury at all times.
You said 24 hours.
You could survive in there for 24 hours.
I'm
yes.
going to need to get in there, and I'm going to stay in there. And I look him dead in the eye. I'm going to need a stick and a crate and a piece of rope.
Okay. Okay. I
Very
can
important.
sort that out.
The stick is
we
in
just
place.
have one
I
problem.
need to get in there.
Phineas has the other key and he is out all day.
Well, even
I can get you in when he returns.
what
if
happens
that
when
is-
they're in there? If someone gets in there, we can't get them. We can't open it.
This does seem like a slight oversight.
I will get a runner to see if I can talk to him about a brief return at some point during the day. That is a fair call.
I will also likely require some items procured.
Yes, this is not too bad. We have, there are 2 shops close by that we can ferry you for free with our carriage service. You can either go to the Miss Star's Mysticum if you require any magical means of additional defenses. And there is also the Adventurers Mart Gnome Depot.
Very good.
You know, and you know, I'll try and butter him up a little bit here. You know, as grand a house as this is, you know, obviously you have many resources at your disposal. You know, in order for us to do the very best job that we can, I don't suppose that you would have, say, a bag of holding nearby. It is integral to part of my plan towards the safety of the contents.
I will double check the registry, but I think the magical items have been itemized and secured, as he points to the vault.
Very good. And in
However,
that case,
if you need, Mystara's Mysticum could probably provide such an item. You can take our family crest, and we can take it as a down payment, which can be taken out of the winnings later on, or if you wish to discuss that with the Lord later, he may be willing to procure these items as a free gift of faith in your capabilities.
of course, I imagine it would be no great expense to the house.
No, he is quite affluent.
And you noted that things had been itemized.
Yes.
So is there a possibility of getting access to this list?
Not without the Lord's permission, I'm afraid.
Of course. Just, you know,
The list is in the vault.
well, at the end of the day, if anything is to go missing, then it's important for us to know what we need to look for.
Do a persuasion check for me.
I will do my best. Is a so 16.
16?
Oh,
Okay.
that's really good.
He kind of sits there, looking out at the vault, and his brow furrows, and he's like, "No, that is a good point, and I think he trusts me enough to make a call for that. You can see the itemized list, but I would also have you probably sign a non-disclosure form in order to make sure that you are not spooking about his great wealth and the items within."
I believe that's covered in the adventurers hiring.
Oh, possibly. I will have to have a look.
We did sign an NDA before coming.
Yeah.
Discretion is
Yeah.
is always advised on issues like this.
I did write an X on something. I don't know what.
Lords do occasionally have very embarrassing problems.
Well, apart from here, the only other notable locations is we have the observatory, there is the engineer's workshop in the tower, the library, and the conservatory, as well as the ballroom. There are 16 or so sort of stately guest rooms, bedrooms, entertainment rooms, guest rooms and stuff within the wings, as well as the guard barracks and the like in the east wing as well.
I'm going to take out a bit of parchment and a pen, and I'm just going to try and get some measurements from him on this vault. So, assuming the vault is probably a box on the inside, how big are we talking?
the inside of the vault, as far as I'm aware, is 20 foot by about 30 foot. It's not massive. Most of his physical coin wealth is kept in bonds and stocks within the markets, but his primary sort of heirlooms and artifacts and things are kept here.
High ceilings?
No, very short. 10 feet, normal size.
What's above?
Yeah, we'll be able to
The
make a
vault.
leave in there.
About 5 feet of reinforced brickwork, and then a few of the guest houses.
Guest houses? What about underneath it?
As far as we know, nothing but earth.
And I assume
Vicious.
around the sides of it as well.
Correct, yes.
Are we at the lowest point?
We are, yes. We cannot go any further, and there's nothing to the sides, behind it, or underneath it that we are aware of. We have had some excavators check a few of the caverns out below the city to see if they lead anywhere, but nothing that seems accessible goes underneath the map.
But at the moment, you're uncertain about if there's, somebody tunneling up as we speak
Correct, yes.
to break into the vault, bypassing this amazing piece of security here, and taking the loot right
I
in front
mean-
of your eyes.
It would at least set off the glyph of warning, and the arcane eye would see them coming through, yes.
But unless we have the key, we can't get in there to stop them anyway.
That is true. That is why I'm going to try and get that sorted.
Yes. Perhaps it was wise.
In the meantime, I will leave you to it. If you have any other questions or need to go see anything else, let me know. Otherwise, I will let you plan accordingly. If the carriage to any of the shops are required, please let me know. And with that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and it will actually be 10 minutes because we've got a timer on our pages now. It won't be like we'll take 10 minutes and then we sit around talking for 20. So bear with us. We'll be right back. We'll give our cast a few moments to get themselves more drinks and get comfy, and maybe just have a quick chat about some of the things you guys would like to do, so we can just plow right into that on return. So thank you all, and you heard it. We'll see you in a little bit.
Adventures
See you in 20
36.
minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all. Yes, 10-minute timers keep us on task now. Only enough time to talk about one random thing that we normally do.
I only get to explain one movie. I normally get to at least talk about like 2 movies in a TV show.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, but this is all for you, viewers. It makes your experience better, so you're not sitting around waiting for us to do something. So we thank everybody who's watching and has watched the first half. We are now into the second half. So our party has seen the vault and now has a chance to do something with that information. However, we have one small thing to jump over to before we go full out with what you guys want to do, which is there is currently a raven flying at high speed at the manor, followed by a very stinky druid running across the gardens after it as it flies up, and it comes up to on the west wing. So if you were facing, it's the wing to the left.
Yep.
On the back is the one on the right, and at the middle sort of section, the raven comes up and starts tapping on the window on the outside. After a few seconds, a guard sort of comes up, looks out the window, and like tries to shoo the raven away, which you see down from your position.
Yep. Can I wave to the guard to get his attention?
he like looks down and goes, "Open it up."
He's just gonna like go up and do like that. He's gonna go. He's gonna look around. Is there a rock?
Yes.
He's gonna pick a rock and he's gonna be like.
Windows are
So, do an intimidation check for me with advantage.
I mean, you got a smelly druid threatening
You
to
can't
throw.
smell me. 17.
He probably
He
smelly
sits
druid.
there, like getting ready, and
It's like,
he's
oh,
just goes,
It's gonna be like.
I can't wait for this section to end up on Spotify.
"Oh yeah."
Oh my god.
For the Spotify viewers,
5 minutes.
all of that blankness that you didn't hear was a lot of hand gestures between the druid and the guards trying to open the window.
I'll do a narrative voice.
Yeah. Cool. So after that, he kind of looks like he's just saying fine, and he goes over, grabs a few things, starts unlatching it, and the whole panel basically slides on a pivot around, which he opens up, and the raven just straight past him. He's just like, "Have you got blooming mad? You're letting ravens in
Oh
here."
my god, he's so
"It's okay, that one's with me." "Alright then. It's your fault if something gets fucking broke then." And then he just walks in. You just lose sight of
Okay,
him.
I love that
At
card.
which point you hear a...
Oh
Well, shit.
no. That's coming out of the.
So can I find a way up there myself?
I mean, you could try and just climb the exterior, or you can go inside and try and find out which room is probably that reference point there.
Right, okay. Probably better for me to go around and walk my way up rather than trying to antagonize them further.
Are you sure you don't want to climb on the exterior of the building?
No, I absolutely want to climb up on the exterior of the building. Alright, let's go. Athletics or acrobatics?
What would Maurice do?
Describe the side of the building to me.
It's the same as the front, so it's the giant slabs of marble stone. So there is a lot of purchase where you can grab and stuff. I'm happy for you to use either athletics or acrobatics for this check.
Done. I will use acrobatics. 21.
Nice.
Oh.
So a bit parkoury. Your druid gets up, starts grabbing things, leaping over, just using just more momentum to pull yourself up. And you get up, hold yourself on the ledge of the window, pull yourself in, and you can see a vase is smashed on the ground, a middle sort of table in this very opulent room. It's very Elizabethan style, the interior of these rooms. The guard is at the door, just looking inside, like looking at you as you come through the window like that, and he just goes, "He's fucking already broken something." And
It's like that when I got here.
the raven is on top of the table, just ding ding ding, hitting the tabletop. The table is actually now devoid of anything except a cloth.
Oh my god.
Right, so it's basically just knocked everything off.
The only thing that was on was obviously just the vase, which is knocked off where it's trying to hit. So it was underneath the vase.
Right, okay.
Whatever it was.
Does it have a drawer or anything in there?
No, it's just a plain wooden sort of circular table. In the room. Like a coffee table.
I'm going to also tap it with my stick.
Where it's tapping doesn't feel like wood. You move the cloth to the side and you can see that the insert in the middle is circular. It looks like wood, but it's set into the table itself.
Well, what's this then? I'm going to reach out for it, and will it come out, or?
It looks like you might need to get something in to jimmy it, or use like thieves tools or something to like get around it, or just break off the table sections around the side of it. It looks like it's dead center underneath the the center sort of piece that's the feet underneath it and the.
Oh, how annoying. I gesture to the guard. Knife, give me a knife.
Jesus, here you go.
Thank you. And I'm going to use his knife to try and like jab it in there to try and
Do
pry it
a
open.
slight hand check for me.
Oh boy. Nat 20.
Nice.
Whoa! Is that the first of the night?
Yep.
That's the first one for the night.
Nice.
First nat 20 for the
It's all
night.
downhill
Now
from
who's,
here.
now who's gonna get the first nat one?
So you get the knife in, and you obviously get it in a really good spot because as soon as you do, the whole thing just pops and lifts up. You manage to pry, and what is on the underside of the top of this is looks like wood, but underneath, even like it's just a film on top of what looks to be a metal cylinder. And as you turn it over, there is a clockwork arrangement sort of ticking away, and a small Vox unit that is obviously not making any sound for you, but the raven walks up to it and starts tapping at that point in it. It's just
Good girl, you've done a good job. Good job. Now, let's see. How can I get this turned off? I bash it against the wall.
you smash it on the wall, and immediately cogs just spring out of it. A couple of springs do, and the thing stops, and then the raven's just like, and then just seems to stop being drawn to it. Outside, a few of the flocks of ravens fly away.
Job
Not
well
all of them,
done.
not all of them, but a few of them do.
The guard's still standing there, right?
Yeah, he's sort of like looking at you, just going, "What the blooming hell is that?"
I'll be honest with you. I got no idea.
Hmm.
But it's the thing that was keeping all the ravens here. It was making music for him, see? Only they could hear it. Only they could hear it. We can't hear nothing.
He's looking at you like a bit like,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
right.
Whatever you
Maybe
say.
you should check with the captain of the guard or somebody on that one, but I mean,
Good work.
excellent work there. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Can you clean this up?
No, that's your job. And here's your knife back.
He grabs the knife, looks
And you
at
can
the
close
thing.
the window.
He looks, and he just goes, walks over and starts picking up the pieces of the face.
I'm going to pocket the device.
Yep.
And I'm going to fetch my mushroom raven. And I'm going to leave there while giving like words of praise to it. Like, oh, who's a good girl?
You
found
give
it.
it a few
Yes.
mushrooms.
Oh! Ah. Mushroom comes out.
After about an hour or so, it will just like disintegrate.
Just
I just-
disintegrate into.
I just pictured that like the alien mouth where it's like, ah, and
Oh no.
That's haunting.
Oh, that's her.
Suddenly your mouth just.
all good.
The sun. Yeah. Noise. All right. So at some point you regroup with the rest of the party, and you have pretty much the whole day. So what would you like to do? What are you going to set up? What fiendish traps are you going to do? Or are you just going to sit around and wait for the raven to attack? That also is an option.
Let's
Well-
take that option.
I'm going to focus on two main things. One of which is acquiring a bag of holding to the
Mhm.
household account. Definitely not mine. Definitely the household's.
Yep.
I'm a student. What do you expect? And second is I am going to be absolutely pestering the butler. Is it Franz? To basically allow me, upon opening of the vault, to of course completely itemized. I will even circle them on the list.
Yep.
Take 2 items of reasonably significant value.
Okay. So at first he's very incredulous about that. He's just like, no, I don't think that's going to work at all. But I will allow you a persuasion check to see if you can change his mind. He seems to be quite persuasive.
Of course. I believe that, this is absolutely a matter of import, and, obviously they are valuable, that's why I would like them. They will be, of course, returned to you upon conclusion of tonight, or, in theory, if I don't have them, then I will be worse off for wear anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, you see, I have great motivation to return them to you.
Yep.
Um,
Good.
so, hopefully, basically, I endeavour for you to hear me. Okay, so that will be...
That will help.
Oh, well, no, that's an 18 plus 7. So,
Oh, that's an
25.
I thought I saw it
Okay,
too.
right, nice. He relinquishes.
Yep.
So after a while, he's just like, alright, you can take, I don't know what it is, but I will clear it with the Lord. A runner is apparently going to bring back the key, and I am going to hold it as well as the captain of the guard. You can gain access for a brief amount of time into the vault, but it is locked and sealed after that point.
of course, of course.
It takes a lot of effort to open it, and it takes a lot to reset all the mechanisms. So you do get that opportunity. So at some point during the day, you will gain access to the vault itself, and it is very much this not incredibly spacious area, but it does have just piles of coin, family heirlooms, weapons, or artifacts of incredible majesty, which, along with the sort of like the tome that comes with the itemization, as far as you can tell, everything looks to be there.
Now hear me out. I'm gonna stay in here. I'm gonna cover myself in coins. Or if there's a dwarf-sized suit of armor, I could try and climb in that too. So if
I mean,
it's
there's
teleported somewhere, I go with it.
That is not a bad idea, but if we do not remember to open this tomorrow morning, you have likely
I
died.
believe that's why. that's why I've got my
That's so
bottle.
mean.
We've at least got until mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
We hope.
Way.
Remember, it's all theoretical about how much time you have. Are you a heavy breather?
No, not at all.
I mean, Nav can hold his breath for 1 hour. So he's pretty well off.
While we're in the vaults, I want to do some investigation. Like, I'm trying to follow up on that idea that possibly somebody's trying to get entry via one of the walls,
Let's do an investigation
the
check.
floor,
I will
ceiling.
assist with my stonework abilities.
Ooh.
Go for advantage.
So, Charles, what about over here?
It's fine stone. Oh, I don't know about that.
14.
Oh wow, you're all very low.
Yeah, it's a low night.
I should have checked
You're
myself.
not doing too well.
With a 14 and his stone cutting capabilities, the floor is sort of a reinforced brickwork. It definitely looks like something would have to hit it quite hard to get through. Anything that's going to burrow, like from a creature or spell perspective, wouldn't be able to penetrate it.
I reckon I could break it.
It would have to be something very powerful.
My friend here.
My head.
Yeah.
My head could break that.
Yes. Your head is breaking me right
He
now.
headbutts it.
I rage at headbutters.
There is blood on his head and blood on the brickwork, but nothing else.
Nothing's getting through there.
Give yourself 1 point of damage.
I was
It
raging.
was worth it. It was worth it. Hey,
I
hey,
was
Luke,
raging.
never regret it. It was worth it.
You were raging. Rounding it up to 1 point of damage. Nice.
The other things I want to do. What?
The floor took 2 damage.
Yeah, get it?
Poor
Took 0
floor.
damage.
It's resistant to
The
dwarf.
floor was
The
bleeding.
floor
The
wasn't
floor was
moving.
bleeding.
So the other things I want to achieve today, after we're done with the vault, is I want to go check out the guest quarters. Even though we've kind of said that doesn't look like anybody's going through. That's the only other kind of point of the door that we've kind of talked about. So have a look at the guest quarters. On the way out, looking for obvious points of entry to the manor, and then into town to go to the mystic place.
Do an investigation check. So I've got bag of holding down as items for purchase. So I'll just track that because everything's obviously going to cost you. It'll be taken out of
There
your
is a
needs.
4. We bounced on here and went
Honestly.
What if I can help it?
Yeah, unless you can like just sleep with the silver fox sugar daddy.
Let's not talk about
He's got a daughter, by the way.
What did you roll?
it. It was a
As
4.
I said, someone
It
needs
was
to
a
pay the
4.
college funds.
Yeah.
It was the best roll
That's the
possible,
life.
and my ability is the fact I can actually bump up ability scores.
You can.
Yeah, but they've been so low. There's no point.
Well, what's the total for that?
4.
Okay. You didn't roll, or you rolled a 4, but you have no modifier to it. Or
No,
you have a
well, I
plus-
have a +2.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, this is why
How
I'm
much
just
can you bump it up by? 1d6.
1d6. Dear audience, this is why I didn't want to talk about it, and yet Andy's made me air my shame.
Yep, you gotta shame.
Shame.
You roll bad. You
Richard
roll
sucks at the
bad.
Richard sucks at the click clack.
That number show disfavor.
Yeah, I am tainted.
So, look, even with before, like, it is pretty much like without needing to roll to find something more, yes, but without needing to roll at all. The basic information is there are so many points of entry.
Yeah.
Every single guest quarter has a giant window that has a giant revolving sort of like window that opens.
I can see there's some dirty footmarks on one of the marble walls leading up to a window.
Yeah. But like nothing, every door can be locked, but being a person of your profession, you immediately can identify them as easily pickable. Like, very pickable.
Yeah.
Easily pickable.
They're all Japanese rice paper doors.
I mean, they might as well be. To a rogue of your skill, and your skill particularly, yes, they're basically rice paper doors. This person who is doing this sort of burglary stuff definitely would easily, considering the skill that they've already shown so far, nothing here would stop them. And that's every room in the main wings.
Now, Captain, you see there's an arcane eye in there, right? And there's someone watching that on a scrying orb or something. I don't know how magic works, but you can see what's happening there, right?
Yeah, so
How are you going to get from where you're watching down to the vault in time when you see someone in there? Got some kind of warning system?
come with me. Franz leads you up. So when you get to the top of the stairs, he takes you just to the left, and then there's a door there that leads you into what looks to be a guardhouse. So it's on the bottom level floor. It
So we could
doesn't look like it used to be a guardhouse. They've obviously put that in to keep it near to the vault. But the main table at the back, you can see a very large Goliath individual who you get introduced to is Aston. So that is the captain of the guard, Aston Dale. Goliath, strong-armed individual. He's built like an absolute house. Yeah. He's wearing a chain shirt with the colour and crest of the house, long split plate pants, greaves and gauntlets. A long purple cloak is sort of attached over to a crest symbol on his chest and then drapes over just the one shoulder. He is a Goliath, bald head with tattoos, stands about 7 feet tall, tan skin, but a very bushy, unkept brown beard. Probably about late 30s in age.
I've got some oil that can help with that beard if you like.
Oh, really?
Right.
That's be really good. Thank you.
Yes, I give him some beard oil.
Franz
And a
goes,
nice beard comb as well.
This is Ashton. He is our captain of the guard. And this here, as he points to the desk, there's a giant scrying orb there, with a literal picture of the inside of the vault. Is the scrying orb for the arcane eye. Once the intruder is triggered, or we see them on this, it is a matter of going around the corner, down the stairs, and we can access the vault through there.
Are we
Just
all
give
in
us
the
a
vault?
nice yell, Lash.
Oh, so are we all in the office at the moment?
Freeform, you can be if you want to be. I'm not going to hold you to
Otherwise,
it, so.
we'd be in the vault, or is the vault all shut up?
The vault can be at this point or later, whenever you guys want it. So, however you wish.
Okay. I'm interested to see if we were in the vault, he can see us on the camera.
If you want that to be the case, then that is the case. So, say a couple of people are hanging around, you're doing the itemization, that kind of stuff. The arcane eye can clearly see your
I wrote
computer.
down and I'm like, Can you see me?
Yeah, now
Yes,
it's
you
like walking out.
run back
Can you
down.
see me?
You're like, 1 second.
I get my glaive and I wave it
Disappears
around.
around the corner, and then on the Arcana, you see a dwarf come in and be like,
Wow. The resolution's incredible on this.
Nav just kind of looks at the scrying eye.
I go right up to
As
the
he's
arcane
like,
eye and I'm like,
Yeah, it looks pretty good to
can you
me.
see me?
Oh, what's he? Oh, he's picking his nose again.
That's disgusting.
I can't quite get it. Can you see
Your
it?
dwarven friend is very
Look,
weird.
Mom, on camera.
With the itemization.
yes.
So with my request for 2 items of significant value, I would like to basically pack one into bag of holding, which is on my person, and the other one I will gift to our dear translucent friend.
Yep.
To
He now has an item with him.
Maybe like a brooch or amulet or something like that. Something.
Not well hidden, but.
Yeah, it's just sitting there.
it's okay. It's not meant to.
In the back of holding, maybe grab like a sword.
Yeah. Just
Can you absorb people?
I'm just waiting for like a horrifying mental image of just.
Don't ask
I'm
for
running
plus
jump.
points and now to combat it.
Don't ask questions you don't want no answers.
I want to know the answers to this. I want to see this played out.
Yes,
I'm gonna run.
you can.
Nab and jump.
Alright, you hit Nab and you bounce off like jelly.
That's no fun.
Because
One.
You have to ask nicely first.
You can't just run into my mom without asking.
answer, Charlie. You can't
Last
just
time
jump
you
into me.
That's so
You
rude.
put on me last time I was out. And
Ask nicely and I'll absorb you.
At least bite him first.
Now was it like a gelatinous ooze where I just slowly break my body down, or will I be alright?
Nothing breaks down inside a Nav. It's just like
I like that.
a frozen steak.
I could have like a Nab armor suit.
Yeah, and now Megasuit just wraps around you and you become Iron Sir Jarl Nab.
That could be our final form.
We gotta do the fusion.
No, that's not even powerful.
How many things could you absorb?
As much as his body can hold.
I'm feeling like this is just going to turn into Voltron in a second.
Yeah.
There's 5 of you.
Especially if they're an adhesive property.
That's the middle part.
Yeah.
So 2 people become the legs, 2 people become the arms, and 1 person
Wait, well,
becomes
see
the
how big he
face.
can actually. He can shape shift. So how
Anyway,
big?
what else is everybody doing? So we got bag of holding. Is there anything else from a shop perspective?
Going into town.
3
Hmm?
healing potions.
Well, there was the offer there to go into town? Or was it the idea that the stuff would be brought to us? Whatever?
No, you can go to the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at some point, Nihilus would have grabbed a bag of holding from Mystara's Mysticum, and you also wanted to grab 3 potions of healing. So it's 150 potions.
So much money.
Well, wave the crest around so they see it really good.
Yeah. Well, Franz comes with you, so he's got the crest with you and puts it on.
Show him Franz,
Lord
show him the crest.
Farragut's
Aye.
tab. But basically, yeah, the Mysticum, the store has access to has access to uncommon magic items, but actually, you need to roll to see if they have the bag of holding.
Ooh.
You need to roll me a percentile dice.
I'm a
Easy.
looking back.
I haven't done that in a
The
long time.
percentage for the items of this rarity is 50%, so you have to roll 50 or less.
Excellent. See how we
A little
do.
quick chow check.
No.
Oh.
So no, you don't have bag holding.
Cool. I have a sword instead.
I still have the thing in it.
Yeah. No. You'll always be the bag of holding of my heart.
The potions are the same, 55% for potions. And then you can procure spell scrolls from the Mysticum up to 3rd level. 3rd level being a 35% chance of having them in stock to a 1st level being 55% chance. Potions are all 55% chance. As long as they're standard potions.
While we're here, I would also like to ask around and see if any of my collegiate friends are here, or in the local area.
Do a perception check or investigation check, whatever you prefer.
Investigation. So that will be a dirty 20.
Ooh.
30, 20.
Nice.
Say you find a couple.
Basically, just effectively asking around if there's been anyone who has arrived, and given the college and all it's involved in, anyone who fits the definition of a high-level spellcaster who would be able to do such things, who's kind of arrived in the time frame of the events.
Funnily enough, your friends from college say that's not of the capability. There's been a lot of apprentices that have joined, but there has been no powerful person of note within the last couple of months that would fit the bill of the capabilities of what you're doing.
Yeah, and not necessarily a single person, but a group of people, perhaps. Nothing.
No.
Okay. So that at least rules out anyone, walking around overtly as a mage of status.
Okay.
Who wanted to roll for potions?
I'll do it.
Settle die, 55 or less.
Neat.
Nice.
I believe that's an 8.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You get 3 potions of healing. Well, it means that potions of healing as an item are in stock, so you can have more than just the 3. But bag holdings, they don't have in stock. Hot item, everybody wants a bag holding. It's like an iPhone. They always, they always undercut themselves by only having enough for like half the people that want it.
And I didn't line up at sunup. So
Yeah. And walk into their like dogmatic store where everybody's like, bag of holding.
Can we get 2 more health potions?
Yeah. So make it 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
That way we've at least got 1 each. And I want to see if they have a scroll of sea invisibility.
What level?
It is second level.
Second level, 45%.
That is 66. That's a no.
No, they don't have a scroll of invisibility, unfortunately.
Otherwise,
Can I try for a 3rd level spell scroll?
You most certainly can. It's a 35% chance. What spell?
I'm going to go for a 3rd level one.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Druid. Let's actually cop a Dispel Magic.
Okay. What'd you get?
12.
They have a Dispel Magic.
Rolling hot tonight.
Divine
man.
intervention would be
Which
good.
means only one thing, it's going to roll terribly when it counts.
That's gonna roll amazingly.
No, terribly, it's the way it goes. This is the way.
The balance of life.
So it's Scroll Dispel Magic.
Yeah, so that's what you can find at Mystaris Mysticum. That's what you can. Gnome Depot is a chain of adventuring stores run by gnomes specializing in adventuring equipment.
Hey, now look here,
From regular gear to in-house smithy, ready to custom build your weapons and armor. So basically any standard stuff you can get from there.
I need a crate,
Yep,
a stick,
got it,
and a piece of rope.
got it. They give you that.
It's just I bought a dumpster. They're like, we check this stuff
They
out.
just go, and they're just like the crate that they stand on
Real
at the
important.
at the counter because they're gnomes. They just
It's
picks it up and, like,
important that
gets
it's a
up.
good crate, right?
they don't happen to have a bag of holding, do they?
No, Monday night is only for them.
Yep.
Only in the Mystaris Mysticum will have it.
Get a normal bag. And just say it's a bag of holding.
If I were to accurately describe the sword that we were looking at, that I definitely didn't put in a bag of holding,
Yep.
would they be able to? It doesn't need to be good. It can be absolutely awful in quality. But could they do put together something that resembles it?
Yeah.
I could do that.
Discount bag of
Just have to
holding.
ask.
Sometimes maybe stores all your items.
No, she's getting a replica of the sword.
Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes, they could. They could definitely do it, and it would only take a few hours.
Ooh.
In that time frame, yes, it would be very crude rendition, but it would more or less look the same.
That's fine. We'll dust it up.
Sorry, now did you do some more?
Does anyone have the ability to find items?
You mean locate?
Got
Yes, I
eyes.
can prepare that
Got
spell.
eyes. I can find
I
stuff.
need to take a nap to do so. Yes.
I believe it'd probably
mighty
be well
nap.
within our interest to take a nap before night falls anyway, so
Righto.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will be popping that in the vault.
They can do that for you. So
Do you like switch
I
it
need to
out
do
with
my
the
breathing
real one?
so I
Oh
don't
yeah,
take
no,
up
the
too
real one.
much
I've
oxygen.
Got.
Gotta train my lungs.
You also stick
Some
it in
yoga.
that. Like
They call it blue breath, so I don't lots of oxygen in my blood, so
Unfortunately,
I
I
don't
don't
breathe
know
too
if
much.
he's into stabbing.
Since we're here for a few hours while the sword gets made, I'd like to kind of have a chat to just a few of the staff around Gnome Depot. So really kind of get to know them.
no.
Go up and introduce myself. Talk about the mixer I'm going to be having later this week. And also just kind of ask a little bit about some of the tools of the trade that I know thieves would be using in a gig such as this, and see if there's been any recent purchases along that kind of line of stuff, anything notable. I'm looking for patterns of purchases that kind of might tell me their method of entry or their method of theft.
So looking in, you won't need to roll because of your connections and profession. Gnome Depot is not particularly like they don't really they know you're working for Farragas. They know that it's in their best interest to maybe help support that. Almost fearfully so. So they.
Yeah, corporate overlord.
Now it begins.
Yeah, when he owned no
he's got
Depot.
stakes in the company.
So they do inform you. They check some of the ledgers, purchase histories, that kind of stuff. Nothing out of the normal. Like thieves' tool kits and all that kind of stuff are done all the time, but there's nothing. There's no sudden spike in terms of like what would get into these manors. Like the manors, this is not a high magic society. Like the Arcanum Academy obviously has powerful mages, but their services are quite expensive, and generally only a few of the upper echelon actually have really good magics to do strong, powerful defense spells. The fact that Farragas has Glint of Warding, has the Arcane Eye, has the additional seals and stuff like that in this city is a ludicrous amount of money and influence.
You looked a little bit. I mean, you look a little bit under pressure when I'm talking about Farragas and
No,
this kind of thing. It's there.
no, we're fine. No, it's all good. It's
Yeah.
all good. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Insight check.
Go for it.
That is low, damn you. It's gonna be a 14 plus something. Just set the scene.
Okay.
Set the scene.
With a 14 enough, he's not trying to hide it.
14 plus 0.
Yeah, so
God, you
so
waited for that.
he's definitely he's on edge. The half-orc butler that's walking around the shop, everybody's kind of avoiding. But at the same time, he kind of is just, you definitely feel there's a sense of trepidation coming from him when dealing with that.
Do you know what the story is with
I'm so intimidated.
Do you know what the story is there with old friends there? Kind of sidled up to Zajal and we're kind of asking the gnome.
What's an orc doing in a suit?
What's up with the orc there?
Nothing. He's the Farragas butler. A very important dude, you know. Gotta make sure he's all good, you know.
It's got a bit of history, huh? It's got a bit of history.
Oh, he used to be the guard.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was quite brutal.
What's his rep like?
Kick your teeth in before asking questions. Kind of type of individual. Don't tell him I said that. Please don't tell me. Please don't. He kind of like sits there and goes, please don't say anything. and then realizes for a second when he's done, and he goes, I have to go, and then leaves.
Dobby must be punished.
Have you ever seen him with 40 ravens before? No? Okay. I was too slow.
You still got a whole bunch of ravens on that javelin.
Yeah.
Yeah, did
That's
we
my
ever
dinner.
take them off?
No, that's my dinner. I'm gonna cook them up later.
Awesome.
So,
Wonderful.
I never had ravens. Good.
The other white meat.
anything else anybody would like to purchase at the shops before we move back to final preparations at the manor?
Is there anything cool in the discount bin?
Yeah. Let's
I mean, roll me a percent off.
I got some raven
Well,
fish.
well for me.
Healing.
I like a deal.
Turns out there's like a bag of holding at the bottom.
It's just been mismarked.
Ooh.
93.
93.
You get a hammer.
Let's go down here.
Hammer with two heads.
That's a good hammer.
Left-handed screwdriver.
The many forms of hammer.
There is a war gong
Is that a
I thought you
gonging?
said
Gong of
horrible.
gonging.
and what looks to be a yachting.
Did you just say yachting wrong?
What's a
A
yachting?
yachting. A yachting is a southern instrument from the
instrument?
sort of southern lands.
I reckon I could play it.
It's basically a musical instrument.
Yeah.
I buy it
And
as
a,
a jar.
and a war gong.
I can teach you how to play it later.
I'm pretty
Proficient in
dexterous.
every instrument. Wow.
I can do it.
Happy Christmas.
At least give it a good old college try.
I probably owe as a jar.
What's it called? A yachting.
Yachting. Yeah.
Yachting.
Y-A-R-I-T-I-N.
It's worth it.
I'm just gonna look it up.
I reckon.
Oh, it's like a bandolin type thing, or a lute. Okay, cool.
But like
But it sounds
But
like
like-
farting.
mid and long.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Is a loop.
I'm a bard.
Is a loop.
Yeah. You should know.
Is a loop but rhymes with farting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, oddly appropriate.
I wasn't thinking farting. I was thinking sharting.
Excellent.
Aye.
Excellent. All right, that's it. I'm done.
Okay. So, with your escapades out to Gnome Depot and Mystaris Mysticum, you guys and gals return to Farragast Manor to prepare whatever defenses or setup you would like to do before night creeps in. So this will take you to about midday.
Yep.
These first sort of trips and escapades and stuff like that. So you do still have a few hours. If anybody wants to take a long rest, you will get one in just in time. But that will be the only thing that you do.
I'm gonna
in the
put.
evening and after.
I intended to nap anyway.
Good.
I'm gonna put my
Long
yachting
time's
in the vault
working.
to see if it gets stolen.
Um,
It's very precious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would look a bit hurt and watching you kind of like put it somewhere else immediately after giving it to you.
Love it.
with all the other items in the vault, are they kind of dusty? Are they
gonna put
well
it in my
maintained?
box so that they try and steal it, I guess.
No, they're
Prime bait.
very
Right.
they're clean, polished. They're obviously checked over every single thing.
Beautiful. If you have nothing else to do, I have this sword here which needs a polish.
Aye, I can do that. I just sit down, cross-legged.
So, get a wheat
Put my glaive down
stone,
next to it.
A wheat stone, just.
But just want it to fit in.
I'm gonna scope out a really nice hiding spot in the entryway to the vault. So not inside the vault,
Please, please. I thought
but
that's
somewhere in
confidential.
that antechamber where you would open the
Dog.
door.
Easy.
Also, I was chatting to our little lovely friend here, and they did raise a good point. It was just a little hard to elaborate on
Yeah.
it via mine. What happened to the mother?
Are you asking Francis?
Yes.
Whoever knows.
She turned into a flock of ravens.
Yeah,
Out for a rain.
without
so she's
being
She.
distasteful, unfortunately.
No, it's not particularly common knowledge, but she was sadly caught in a little bit of game turf war or some such manner quite a few years ago, probably 10 or 15 years now. Poor lady Amelia, taken too soon for her time, in my opinion.
My condolences. And her daughter, particularly standard teen acting out, I presume?
Oh, I mean, she did in the early days. Was a very rebellious streak, especially around when her mother passed away, but it was only met with locked doors by her father. Not that that really stopped her much.
Oh, really?
But she's a headstrong girl. Good kid.
Of course. But, locked doors didn't keep her out.
No, she always managed to find her way out. Through a window or such, but, kids.
Oh, of course. Who didn't, frolic through the fields to youth?
Exactly.
I didn't. I frolicked through the mines. I don't think I frolicked though. I did do some frolicking.
You should try it sometime, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, children to be so resourceful.
For a frolic.
With you, anytime.
And how does she get along with her father? Obviously, she must be at least a little lonely, but it doesn't
Not
seem
recent
too
years. She's attached herself quite closely with him in his affairs to make sure that her position as next head of the house is secured. And she has a very regimented sort of study regime with myself, obviously fencing, archery, to keep her skills up, to keep her capable, able to defend herself.
Of course.
And she does spend a little bit of time with the head engineer who lives in the tower for Farragus Industries. But apart from that, she's quite well behaved when it comes to matters of state.
And of many talents, I see.
One must become one when one is such a lord as her, or mistress.
Where is she be staying tonight?
I believe that she is supposed to be at
The
the Star Song Manor, which is she gets along quite well with the daughter.
Perhaps we should pay a visit to the Star Song Manor later. Just see if she's in residence or not.
Star Song Manor is almost across town. You won't make it back at nightfall if you are going to go there.
Perchance you send a runner.
I can. What am I requesting? To bring her home?
Oh, no, of course not. Of course, tonight being a night of great import, just to check on her safety, make sure she made it there okay.
Yes.
See how she
Here,
is.
give her this javelin. Tell her it's from Zajal.
A gift to the house.
I will.
She'll know what it's for.
Just oozing with
There's
blood.
still a little bit
Yeah,
like stained blood
it
on
kinda
it, and he's like,
A few feathers
stiff
just
now.
kind of.
I will get her running and go in
A feather gets caught.
and go and talk to her.
That's my favourite
and let her
javelin.
know
Right.
Yeah.
things are going well. That is not a problem. No.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Let her know that, we're thinking of her. Obviously, this must be such a distressing time for her.
No, she is. Her father has been very stressed about these matters, and I have noticed a change in the lady. She has become very focused on making sure that the stress is alleviated. Done her own private investigation, but her father dissuaded her, and she managed to drop that. But she has obviously given as much input as any of us selves into the matter. She's quite smart, actually.
Excellent. I will definitely not turn around and just huddle with the rest of them. I don't suppose we could figure out a way to search our quarters.
Do you know what? I don't think we've actually paid a visit to that tower. Maybe we could have a wander there since we've got a few hours to kill.
Absolutely. We want to cover all the grounds that we can.
That's exactly right.
Well,
You said the tower was up this way?
If you go back to the center, the entrance is on the second level. There's a small door to the side. It actually spirals staircase straight up. You can't miss it.
Oh, great. All right. Well, how about we just go for? How about we go for a bit of a wander, see what we can find.
Now, before I agree to this, are there many stairs in the tower?
I believe there's at least 20 to 30 to get up there.
That'll be alright. I think I can manage.
20 to 30.
It's not particularly tall. You can see
Not
it
from-
from the
not
outside.
saying
It's
I'm a
just a
dwarf.
little bit
I don't know if you noticed.
above the rest of the manor proper.
I know I'm pretty big, but don't let these muscles fool you. I'm a dwarf still.
That's okay. Here. And so now we'll pull out the flask she was ever so lovingly cradling before. Here, have some of this.
Oh,
It'll
I
boost you.
will say no for that.
And inside is the most delightful aromaed, strongest black coffee you have ever tasted.
Oh, I didn't think it was going to be coffee. Oh.
It'll still
You
work.
immediately sober up.
It'll give you a spring in your step.
Did you take psychic damage for sobering?
Or dwarves just constantly
I
get
don't think-
tick damage while they're
I
not-
don't think I'm
while
gonna
they are
make it.
drunk.
I don't think I'm going to
Just they walk
Lucky
around.
I've got my bottle. And I pack my beer.
Why is my health going down?
Trust me, the best
Oh
balance
wait,
is
I'm
when you
not,
do
I'm
both.
not inebriated.
I should be
Best of
poisoned.
both worlds.
Yep. So you head up to the tower.
But
So-
on the way, we want to hit up the daughter's bedroom.
So her bedroom is very much the same as some of the guest quarters and stuff like that, but it's obviously just hers. She has a very large sort of like king double bed with the like curtains sort of setting around it, 1,000 cushions all over it, very plush, incredibly amazing soft cottons and stuff like that. There's a study desk, a large sort of rug in the middle, 2 windows for hers. Hers is about double the size of a normal guest bedroom. There's a vanity, a wardrobe, what looks to be an entrance to maybe a lavatory type situation thing, huge copper bathtub, all the amenities of what a noble person would be able to access, but it is meticulously clean. OCD level.
So
Even when you come up to the vanity, all the brushes, everything are just like lined up exactly perfectly, sized, categorized. Boxes are all in the correct thing. You open up one of the boxes, all the jewelry is in their own little sections.
so real psychopath.
I'm gonna swap around.
She's
I'm
definitely
gonna
the
swap
wizard.
around through the brushes. I'm gonna swap around through the
She's the
brushes.
wizard.
Watch this. I'm gonna swap through the brushes around.
Just get one of them, just like put it gently out of
From
line.
a distance, you hear the cry of
Need
anguish.
to put a note that when we finish this one shot, that you hear a scream.
50,000 gold bounty on my head now.
So either I'm gonna keep watch while these guys search the bedroom, or
Somebody do me an investigation check if you're having a look around.
Too busy with the brushes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will
I reversed
absolutely
it.
ask everyone to lend a hand as I
dwarf beard.
This is you two. You got this.
You're keeping a watch.
You can
You're doing
search
investigation.
low, I'll search
You're
high.
sleeping.
I start on my top
someone
notch
taking
with the
lots.
brushes.
Yeah, Nav kind of splits off a little part of him and it just kind of rolls on the bottom ground.
Lid roll, remember?
Yep.
Yeah.
Any spell components, lid roll it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
So dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It's perfectly clean. You don't find any secret hidey holes. No button wood
Suspicious.
paddles.
Does even look lived in.
Yeah. It's there's not really much dust at all, so it looks like it's cleaned regularly. Whether or not that means it's lived in
Yeah.
is another story. But you have a feeling that it is. Like you pull the sheets back from the bed and there's an indent where the person obviously sleeps quite a lot. But you assume so. You assume
Okay.
she stays in here quite often.
And what about
Pens journals and things like that. Talking about her days. You look through them. Standard stuff. There's nothing that jumps out at you for a couple of entries, especially the last couple of months. A lot of them focus on finding a way to relieve her father's stress and just help. She feels helpless in the situation.
What is the...
Maybe
So-
the daughter is actually innocent.
Do these predate...
What?
Do these entries predate the incidents?
Yeah, the journal goes back for a whole year,
okay.
long before it happens, and it's all pretty standard. Like there's a common theme, not robotic, but it is like when there's weeks where she goes, woke up this morning, went and did fencing training, went and did archery training, read in the library, read this book. The next entry is the exact same except a different book. Or a different swap around
so
training.
she-
Been training for a year and she can't hit a target. Oh my god.
Yeah.
She's a new trainer.
Mm-hmm.
Talks some answer for.
Okay. If that's all we can find here, I say,
Nat's gonna do a just general detect magic on this room.
Yep, no.
Okay.
I suppose we head up to the tower, and we should speak to that engineer.
You guys give me a few minutes. I'm gonna run ahead of us and see if I might be able to eavesdrop on anything that might be going on in said tower before we get there. So I'm going to make ahead, go into stealth,
Go for it.
and I am going to listen in.
Elton? Sorry, just
Yes.
remember.
What?
She's saying,
Listen
don't
first,
be you.
talk second.
Okay, don't be you.
Guys, I know when to shut up. If there's one thing I know is when to actually end the conversation.
You're not doing it right
And I'm
now.
I'm still walking up the stairs as I alright. So that is a 22.
Nice.
22.
Yeah.
So nobody hears as he goes around the corner of the spiral staircase, and then there's silence. You can't even hear footfalls, which you know he's up there, so he's doing his thing. You come all the way up to a closed wooden door that has a small sort of slidey hole opening in the middle of it, and it is currently closed. From this side, the initial stuff you hear is mechanical whirring, the clatter of gears, hissing of steam, and the senses of smell, oil, metal, and maybe like burning stuff like heat and things. Burning metal.
Am I?
Oh my god, it's burning heat.
Am I? Is the hottest of heat. Am I able to open the sliding panel from this side?
Do a slide handshake.
Oh, in addition. Okay. Can I have an advantage on that, can I?
No.
The rolls are on fire tonight.
Yeah.
So that
Oh,
is
far.
a whopping 2 plus 6, so 8.
Okay. You slide it open, and it does make a couple of little squeaks as it does. Like you manage to sort of pry a couple of thieves' tools in to just sort of get it. There is no sort of place to open it up on this side, but you can manually slide it across. Once you do, you move it. It's a little bit too loud for your liking, but it doesn't seem to elicit any response on the other side. You look into the engineer's workshop. It's basically a marvel of artificery. Hisses of steam, large mechanical contraptions, benches of vials, alchemical sets, and other such mechanical wizardry and inventions, as everything sort of really hits you. The smells, the sights, that kind of stuff.
Can I see anybody? in there?
Yep, in the center, working at a desk with his back to you, seems to be about the size of a dwarf, except it's a full robotic form.
Okay. And anything else of interest before I make myself known?
Seems to be by himself and nothing else happening at the moment. He's just kind of got something on his desk that he's like looking over and going like this. You can't really see what he's doing. It's behind him, but he's got his arm up and he's kind of like twisting something and looks like he's screwing something in.
Okay. So I'm going to wait for the rest of the party to make their way up the stairs. and then I'll knock on the door.
And the head kind of like, but over the shoulder a little bit, but the body's still facing forward.
Yeah.
And it is a dwarven face, but it's a carved metal beard. And these robotic eyes look at you and goes, "Ah, guests, excellent."
Hello there. Like I'm already trying to engage in the conversation just through this like little hole. Hi, I'm Elton. Nice to meet you. We're guests
So
of Lord.
he like disappears underneath where you can see. And you hear a sort of latching, and then a click, and then the door starts swinging open, and then you're met with a warforged dwarf.
And he's met with a hand.
Yep.
Hi.
Hello.
Rips it off.
You're like, ow. It's a very firm robotic handshake. As you go.
You are an absolute marvel. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody of, this level of mechanical engineering and detail. This is incredible.
Oh, why? Thank you. I am. Where's his name?
Would it be in
Searching
fact
for
his name?
file. Searching for file.
There he's it.
File not found.
Buffering. Loading file. I am VV1N73R. Otherwise, you can call me Winter.
Nice to meet you, Winter.
I was gonna spell it Vivian.
It's Vivian from now.
But write it down. It does almost spell Winter.
Yeah.
I completely forgot it, so I'm just writing down.
We're guests of the Lord, Faragast.
Oh, excellent. Please come in.
Are you aware of the stress the Lord is under? The threat to the household?
Yes, I believe that he is expecting an attack by some master thief. I have assisted. We're able to secure the vault. You can see the door. It is a marvel, is it not?
It is, and I tell you, I've seen a lot of safe doors, a lot of vault doors. That thing is... Mwah.
Exactly. Beyond reproach. Perfection. Mechanical mastery. Just as Winter expects.
Hey, if you had seen this done by somebody else, think of this as an engineering puzzle. How would you get by such a feat as that incredible door? How would you access the unpenetrable vault?
I wouldn't. It is perfect. 2 double locks with combination 16 hexadecimal, unguessable, unpickable locking mechanisms. No possible way of getting in that way.
That way. What about magical means?
We have Mystic Arcanum defenses, which are protecting thanks to the Arcane Academy.
Surely someone of your intellect and capabilities might even just have fun with such a problem as there's no wrong answers. Let's put some stuff on the board here. How would you get into it?
I would first walk up to the door and then realize how incredibly amazing the artistry of this machine is. And then I would crumble down and start weeping like the little bitch child that I am.
That's an
As he
interesting
kind of like goes down on his knees and goes,
interesting turn of phrase there.
Just like a cry.
Stop.
crying,
Stop.
crying.
Stop.
Of course, it's such
Error.
a wonder.
And crying simulation.
It's such a wonder. A feat of engineering. Nothing I've seen of the like.
Yes,
Absolutely. You should
continue to state the obvious.
Absolutely. It bears
I love
repeating.
this guy so much.
So was it a work entirely of yours?
Yes, it was.
No assistance.
I don't need assistance. I am Farragas Industries chief engineer. All that we create in the factories is designed by me.
Oh, of course. Oh, sorry. I had just heard that the young lady of the house enjoyed spending time with you. I must have misheard.
Yes, no, she does. Quite talented, that one. Very quick learner, but otherwise decades away from being as good as Winter.
Of course. Would was she enjoying your company during this project?
I believe she was, yes. In and out, not many times, but kept the schematics secret, obviously, even from Lord Farragast, in order to maintain security.
Of course.
Most inner workings only I understand, thanks to my impeccable memory.
So
my keen mind.
if you chose to, you could access the vault based on the schematics.
I would, but I would also get horribly murdered by Lord Farragast for such a thing.
Yes. And do you follow the security regulations as we do in the college?
Ha 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 ha. No.
By those, what I mean is, so on our arcane lockers, we are required to change our password every 6 months.
Well, that is the best thing about that hexadecimal lock. It is so complex that it is unguessable.
Of course. Well, so just hypothetically, if someone were to, so actually, what are the odds of someone guessing that?
Impossible.
It is
Like dividing by 0.
a number that I can't really compute right now.
Google.
Yeah.
But there is a chance.
Yes,
Yes.
there is.
So, in that case, perhaps it is not a perfect system.
That is true. Damn, must fix that. Excuse me. And he starts like rummaging around on his desk and starts like writing things down, goes to a blackboard and starts like doing up new schematics and like things. And he seems to have like completely lost peripheral vision on any of you guys. He's just in his, and when he turns around, he moves towards you, realizes you're there, and then walks around and then goes to another desk somewhere else, grabs something, and then comes back the same way.
Schematics.
Have a quick poke around the workshop.
Do an investigation.
There's a little
I'm happy to
ball
assist
going
with
around.
I would love some assistance because apparently I can't roll nothing but 2s.
I'll give you assistance, but I'm not there.
I'll go over and distract the construct more.
I mean, he's.
I'll start rubbing the others out. His stuff on his blackboard.
Talking he's just like. Judo chop shooting.
What's this mean?
Breaks his head.
It's like, don't grab his head.
Is that a 4 or a 9? I can't tell.
Twin 15s.
Ooh.
Plus 2, 17. There's something about getting the same number when you're rolling with advantage, which feels really disappointing.
You do not find the schematics out, but you do find a very interesting looking safe in the back.
Is there a key or is it a passcode?
It does look like it's got a lock, like a key lock.
I don't need a key. I bring my own keys. I try and break into it.
Okay, do a slide handshake.
Come on! So that is a 9, and I'm just going to burn a psi point.
Yeah.
Come on, a 6. 12.
12. You get, you sit down, realize he's just doing his own thing. You get your thieves toolkit out, you start working on the lock, and snap almost immediately.
But there's like a brief like glow, and my eyes kind of go like that little bit blue as the thieves tool knits itself back together again. I'm like, snap.
So.
And as it snaps, you feel a very hard metallic hand go. What are you doing?
I'm just testing your craftsmanship. It's really good.
Please, I'm going to ask you this once. Get out, or I will smash your head in.
Rude. Alright.
Enforcing discipline.
Alright, so I'm gonna head back down.
Emergency.
Find my hiding space near
He
the
kind of
vault.
like, shuffles everybody else out. Closes the door, you hear the latching, and then it is quiet. Unless you want to do something.
Nab's little things hidden in there.
Okay, yep.
and it will try and so with like once it is winter is paying attention somewhere else, it'll kind of slink over to the keyhole.
Yep.
And jam itself in and try and I think that's what it can do. Hang on. Like try and take the shape of the key. Yes.
So,
Yeah,
that's
you
my
should be able to do the
Yeah,
things.
pseudopod.
You should
Manipulate
just
enough
stick
to
yourself in
open
anyway.
and close the door. Yep. It
Yeah,
yeah,
easy
morph
done.
into a key.
So you morph into the key that you feel would fit it, and you can just turn it, or you can come back and give the key shape to the party.
Well, physically, I can't pick anything up.
Can you, like silly putty, copy the ink from the
No, I don't think so. No, not really. It'll open it.
Open it. Okay.
It's fairly small as well, so
Yeah. I
the
mean,
keyhole wouldn't be that noticeable.
no, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
So you can open it. Let me just double check what you fully are capable of doing here.
Yeah.
Plasmoid, right? Plasmoid. Spelljammer, Plasmoid.
Pseudopod.
Extruder pseudopod, 6 inches wide, 10 feet long.
That's
As part of the bonus action, uses to manipulate an
Ooh.
object, open or close a
Long
door or
beam.
container, or
It's like a snake.
yeah, or pick up and set down
Tiny
a
worm.
tiny object. The pseudopod contains no sensory organs, can't activate magic items, and lift more than 10 pounds. And it is completely detached from you. So, I mean, you can open it, and then it can grab something up to 10 pounds inside.
Awesome. Yeah.
Slinky down the stairs.
No, this is like.
It becomes adhesive for a second, and just goes.
You know those like those slappy
The
hands
slappy
that
Yeah.
hit the wall?
So when it opens, the pseudopod can grab a bunch of scrolls in there. There is a lot in there. There's a few tomes that it could not grab because they're just too heavy.
Yeah.
Eventually, though, if it sort of wraps itself around the scrolls, it can kind of just. He's like working away, and then you just see like across the ground the scrolls going
He's
across the
working
frame
hard.
of
He's
the shot,
working hard.
and he's just like. And then you eventually get it to the door, and can probably squeeze them underneath because it's just a normal door. So eventually you guys get a bunch of scrolls. Now a few of them are of some mechanical wonders, some sort of flying machine that looks like a propelled sort of like, it's like a chair that's got like propellers above it that sort of spin around to create lift. There is a couple of automatons, sort of like service, robots, things that he's designed, and then one of them is indeed the schematic for the vault door, which shows a lot of information about this thing. And he's right, it's near perfect. The lock-picking mechanisms are triple tumbled with extra pins. That means that standard thieves' tools are not going to work. And the hexadecimal thing is just, the combination is ridiculous. It's not written on the schematics, funnily enough, so you still don't know what it is, but it's a 16 input field with about, 1,000 permutations per each one.
Surely there's some sort of hole that indicates on the schematic where you've got to put like a little pen in there to reset it.
If it accidentally ever gets locked, it's just perma-locked.
Oh, no fuck.
Does it show the actual structure of the tumblers and things, so we could potentially see what combination it's
With
in.
this schematic, you probably could use 2 sets of thieves' tools to break into it.
Okay.
But you'd have to have the schematic or the knowledge of how it was built.
Yeah. Well, there's a backup.
Yeah. Nab absorbs the pseudopod and it's very dusty. It's been rolling on the ground, so just a dust ball on him now.
So, considering the time, what else would we like to do before we come into our final act for the evening? You've got your equipment, you have some vague plans about putting a dwarf in a suit of armor and putting some gold underneath the box and
Lock him in the vault.
Lock me in.
locking him in the vault.
Lock me in. I'm going where this
You
treasure's
know that
going.
Franz and Aston will have the keys. You know the house can be broken in everywhere. And you know there is probably about 30 guards that are also on patrol during this night. The Ravens dissipated somewhat by midday, but have grown to 100 or more by nightfall.
But we got rid of the noise.
At least one of them.
Oh yeah.
Are
I'm gonna go and cook my ravens
Are you
outside.
even in
Where
the
they can all see it.
Aston, the guard? Leave a
Barbecue.
pseudopod with the guard who holds the second key.
Yeah. It can be detached from you for like ever.
Yeah, just so we can keep an eye on him. Because there's only so many points of failure, and one of those is the key.
Why don't we put the pseudopod in the vault? Do you know where it is at all times? Like if it goes somewhere
Okay.
else, can you tell where it is?
I'd say I'd have a basic sense of where it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of your body.
Yeah.
So me and the pseudopod.
Yeah.
In the vault.
Pseudopod.
You're going to be inside a 6-inch.
Other way around.
You.
Put the,
No.
put the pseudopod in there.
So I've also got telepathy, which I can hook up with 2 other people.
Oh, it's got to. Sorry, the 10-foot long. It's got to be the 10-foot length is attached to you.
Oh, okay.
It's extruded, it's not. So you could have still done that
Yeah.
from the
Just
door.
have me like against
You
the
would
door.
have just had to be
Against the door.
right against the door, sort of grabbing it. That still works, but
Okay.
it is still a part of it.
Okay. Easy peasy.
So in terms of telepathy,
That's why it's 10 feet long, because it's like a little tentacle thing that goes off.
I put it on. Sorry, I just completely forgot your name. Zajal. If you're going to.
How long were you working together?
I bought you a present.
Look, it's all the consonants, honestly.
Yeah.
Who works with the Zs?
Yeah. So I could put one on this guy,
Yeah.
It's like Muhammad.
which gives me a couple miles radius, and someone else. So who you guys think? Candidates.
I'll take it.
Boom.
I have message, so
Yeah.
at
Boom.
worst I can always get in touch.
Cool.
Nab is naturally telepathic,
So you guys have just signed up to hear me chatter to you
Oh no.
Would you like to
non-stop
cancel
Poor
the
soul.
subscription?
Yes.
around,
There's
everything
a
I saw
fee
today.
to cancel.
Just everything is quiet in the room, but I am just constantly going because I don't need to breathe.
All you hear is Josh said is in mountains deep in caverns.
I'm going to grab my hiding spot that I scoped out earlier.
Beautiful.
Yep.
I'm gonna go into the gold coins.
You're gonna.
Maybe put a few platinum on top. Because
So-
of Scrooge McDuck.
Sword going back in the vault.
Yep, that's fine.
And the other
You're
item.
holding the other. Yep.
No. Nab has the other item.
Oh yeah. Oh, the other item.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you still got the sword.
Yep.
You put the amulet.
Is this thing on?
Now.
Hi.
I tap it in my head. Is this thing on?
Oh, Elton. Elton's here. I can hear you. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. Oh, there's lots of gold in here.
Let's talk about
Ashton
gold.
will take his position at the scrying orb in the guard room. And you can just see he just sort of sitting there, puts his feet up and kind of just watching it with intense stare. You almost go, is he even blinking? And then every so often he goes,
Can you see me?
just an ever so slight blink.
Can you see me, Ashton? I'm waving to you.
He doesn't say.
I think it's just video.
Barely
it's
because
sound.
he didn't hear.
Just audio. It's just visual. There's no audio.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
Yeah.
audio.
It's like in black and white too.
It just has.
What is Maurice doing
Since most everyone else has a position to be in, I'm going to spend the time actually wandering around, like on
Yep.
the move,
Just being
constantly,
out and around.
constantly patrolling, that sort of deal.
Breaker 1-2, breaker 1-2, come in, breaker 1-2.
So,
One or two.
Oh,
You, the guy who breaks mushrooms off. I thought that was it. Easy. You break mushrooms off. You're a breaker.
no, that's stupid.
You're stupid.
No.
Stupid 1-2, come in, stupid 1-2.
You have to say over.
Any way I can turn this off?
Nuh-uh.
Nope.
You're stuck.
We've still got another 3 hours of this.
Ugh, it's too long.
night falls, and your positions are all holding. So, first hour goes without too much issue. The night creeps in, the crickets and that chirping outside, bunch of alley cats meowing in the streets, and the city, the bustle of it dies down to give way to the serenity of night. Guards patrol around, seeing you, giving you a nod as they sort of walk around, checking rooms every so often. The vault sits, doors closed, air gets real stale real quick, but you still feel okay.
Yeah, you'll be
I've been in
fine.
worse places before.
Franz stays with Aston, and they're taking in turns keeping an eye on the scrying orb with the other one. So just going and keeping an eye, doing a patrol of the cellar dungeon area. You're in pretty much the other side, over in another sort of like closet door type thing, just like keeping a peek out with that sort of main thoroughfare that heads towards the vault room on the other side of you. And where are you two actually going to physically set yourselves up?
So I would aim to be, because there's only one corridor down to the
In and out of the vault, yeah.
So near enough to that, but basically anywhere nearby where we can just kind of say we're sitting idly.
The guard room is probably the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guard room, because if anyone's gonna.
It's the
Yeah.
closest, and there's already tables, chairs set up for you.
Yeah.
Few people to sit around. No guards stay around. They're all told to do full shift tonight. So there's nobody on break. Everybody's active.
Okay. And did we ever get an answer back from the runner?
Oh yeah.
Let's check on the daughter.
He does eventually return, and at the time of him arriving there, she was there, gave his report. She thanked him, and then he came back.
And she likes javelin.
The runner
Can you come back
definitely is
with
just
a
like,
javelin?
she said thanks.
She's gonna be involved tonight.
Phineas would return at nightfall as well, but he remains in the home proper. Looks very tired, goes back to his bedroom with a couple of guards and just sort of stays there, resting as best as he can. But he tells you that if you need assistance, that he is ready to go. Second hour goes without any issue. Third hour
There we go.
goes without issue.
I fall asleep.
This is too suspicious.
I fall asleep.
You can't fall asleep with me talking in your ear,
Boring.
in your
Yeah.
head.
I've been 2 hours now. It's gone. It's quiet.
You just need to stay uncharacteristically quiet for about 10 seconds. Because
Oh.
that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a
Mm.
kind of a
As
chat.
soon as you
And then
go,
s-
couldn't quiet for like 10 seconds. Are you alive?
Yeah, and it just starts up again.
Yeah,
It's
there
just
we
10
go.
seconds enough to make him jolt awake once you start again.
Yeah.
Oh, you're fine drinking the coffee.
He's like, ah, thank
yeah.
Christ.
Actually, yeah, you can't,
Ah!
you can't fall asleep. You have like a shot of like quadruple espresso.
He's
So-
having heart palpitation.
It's a few hours after midnight. So it's not the 4th hour, it's not the 5th hour, it's probably more close to the 6th hour that something starts to occur. It's outside. Maurice, you're probably the first one to pick this up. you look out just as you're doing patrol through one of the windows out into the main courtyard out front. You can see a guard patrol sort of like walking across, and you can see suddenly a black shape swoop down at them and then disappear. Another one. The guards sort of look around, and then a third and a fourth coming in from different directions as the guards start going swinging swords and start yelling out and making a break for the manor. As you sort of hear downstairs, they open the door, close it behind them, and then there's talking. You kind of rush towards that section of the building, and they're like, oh, jeez, that's utter, it's absolutely terrifying. Ravens, they're swooping all the guards on the outside.
Ah. Then it would seem that our thief is here.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Sorry.
Just from behind. Raven.
Raven.
If you're smart about it, still alert the other guards. If the ravens are attacking, then, grossly out of character, mind you, it means that our thief is here, most likely.
Alright, I'll go for you take the west wing, I'll take the east wing. We've got to let everybody know. You can see from out the back, people running in from the back sort of like areas. There's probably 10 or so that were outside, 10 inside. All the 10 have rushed inside, and you can see anybody looking out of windows, just flocks of the ravens starting to swoop, like an Australian magpie attack, is just pushing the guards in. They're getting a couple of hits in, but even a few come in, their ears are torn off, gashes on their eyes and stuff like that, and they're just like, oh, those beasts! Like they're actually attacking.
So
the
much
guards.
for not lethal. Jesus.
She said not. He said that any people could recover from what was done.
Yeah, but also via magical means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Magic heals me.
He also said
Exactly.
knocked.
Exactly. Just not dead. The emotional trauma and the mental trauma. The mental trauma, however.
They should have got those helmets with the little cable ties placed.
Yeah.
All the
So-
googly eyes.
Hang on, has it all.
So everybody gets back inside, and then the ravens calm down. Nothing happens. I'll get everybody to roll me a d20 and tell me who gets the highest.
I want a 13.
16.
No.
Natural
For
20!
the guy who's locked in the vault.
Locked in the vault.
Wow.
Okay. The guy that's locked in the vault,
Does nothing.
roll me a d8.
3.
Okay. Nothing happens to you. Because it was an event that wouldn't affect the vault.
Yeah.
But some of them do,
Now
so
you
that's why I made
appreciate
roll.
the cracking on the 20, don't you?
Who had the next
No.
highest? I think you were 16.
Better than nothing.
19.
19. Roll me a d8.
Nothing happens because you were in a cupboard. Hot 1.
Ouch.
It's a high one.
From down the corridor, this level is actually on the ground level. And there are a few windows, but it's like a basement level, so they're like just up near the sort of like the ground level, sort of up at the top of each room, wall. That's the word I'm looking for. A raven comes and sits at the window that's near the storeroom and starts going ding 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 ding.
Oh, I
Ding,
know
ding,
little
ding, ding,
baby.
ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. And then you hear down the hallway. Ding, 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 ding,
Oh
ding,
no,
ding,
they're gonna
ding,
break
ding,
it.
ding,
They're
ding.
gonna break it.
And as we move up through the rest of the manor, and Maurice will start to hear this, ravens are coming up to each of the windows and tapping on them.
It's that Raven music I've been hearing
It's
about.
just a cacophony
Raven
of
remix.
tapping noises on the windows.
Raven.
Guards start like
Raven.
freaking out, panicking, running up and going, "Shoo, get away!"
They tap to the
Like
tune
trying
of
to,
the
but the
room
ravens
sand
do not
store.
seem to care. They don't react at all.
Yeah, I thought when you said the guards start running out, it was like with glow tubes.
It's a rave. And,
Well, no,
And
no.
that's the
and that's us for tonight, ladies.
Yeah. At the moment,
Roll
it's a rave
credits.
out. Soon it's a rave in.
Yeah. So that continues. What are you guys doing about it, if anything?
Nothing.
Yeah. Don't think there's anything.
It's grating, but after a while, it stops. Some of the guards go out, they start shooting crossbows. One of them breaks a window somewhere. But the ravens sort of move away. Maurice. No, sorry.
I'm the
Nice.
last one.
Roll me a d8.
8.
Excellent.
Everything goes wrong.
Together we even out.
That's right.
It's a Volk Kraken.
A Volkraken. The worst kind of kraken.
You're sitting there at the table, and you kind of just like look over at the door, and there's a figure standing there,
Oh no.
clad in black leather, black cloak, raven sort of feathers on the mantle, and just looking in. But the cowl of the face is covered, and you can't see anything.
Yep. Oh, greetings. It's a lovely night, isn't it?
Ducks away out of the corner, out of vision.
Let's go.
Franz is just like, what's that?
You stay here, you watch the vault.
Right. Yep. I mean, I am.
Excellent.
Yeah, now just slugs behind.
Yep. So leaving little squidgy bit with
Squid. Actually, no, I can't. It's
No?
attached to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like it kind of comes off, but it's attached.
Oh, okay.
Typical.
So I will send a message to the person who is in contact with everyone else.
It's going to last for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's long
Oh,
since
yeah.
it's gone.
Oh no.
Sweet blissful
I mean-
silence.
You potentially have the ability to do it again. I'm not sure.
No, I need vision.
Hang on, let me see what telepathy.
I'm still. You're
Yeah.
still getting the
You're
message.
still getting the message anyway.
You don't get to unsubscribe from this one.
I'm selecting accept. You don't know what you're getting in for. I'm already talking when the message connection opens.
So basically, so figure in guard room, fled following alert.
It's not a two-way thing, is it? I can
I
respond
believe you can
once.
respond.
Yeah. Don't go too far. The good chance is she or he or it is just luring us away.
Okay.
So you look around the corner, and they're just standing at the end of the hallway.
Are they looking at us?
I mean, you could say, like they're
Yeah.
facing towards you,
Yeah.
just like.
Does this figure actively match either the posturing or the stance or general size and shape of people we know?
Do an insight check.
Like I think that like every 2 minutes or so, just jumped
Oh,
over his
do
head.
I?
He's like, Jack's back in the
They're just watching this on the
Yeah.
camera.
Um,
Yes, you do.
oh, a 9.
A 9. Not that you know.
Excellent. That's okay. I'm not particularly insightful.
Let's just say yes.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, who specifically? Yes.
Yes. Yeah. It's, no brains, only floof.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, we're
they're
just
kind
kinda
of
staring at
just
them.
standing there, like postured towards you, hands down, kind of like off to the side a little bit, just waiting.
Honestly, they're encountering the two most friendliest people on the earth, so
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna
Can I?
Hello.
Yeah, I just offer my flask.
You go like this, and it ducks down the hallway.
Okay, it's just leading us away so it can mug us.
Just 5 turns later, we end up in a back alley.
Kitty's gone.
Yeah, it's in a bathtub full of ice.
However, this time, as that ducks away, you hear,
Oh, who's it? Ah, it's the Black Raven! Get him!
and then there's a couple people, and even from the guard thing goes, you hear like somebody, a chair like come out, and then somebody comes to the door, and you see it's the captain, it's Aston, and he's just like,
Yeah, I heard somebody say it was the Black Raven. Should we go after him?
What? Your job is protect the key.
right, yes, where'd I put it?
Oh no.
He starts checking himself.
Where the fuck's the key?
And he runs in, and you can see he's just pulling armor off, taking stuff off, pretty much gets butt naked. He doesn't have the key.
Oh no. You had one job.
What? It wasn't me! I've been here the whole time with you guys!
Well,
Franz is just like,
You imbecile!
How?
you have to. And he checks his pockets, his key's still there. He's just like, no, I've still got our key. But,
They saw him.
shit, how did they get it off him?
Well, unless they can get past the passcode, I think we have some time.
Very easily chance spell.
Hmm?
Knock.
yeah.
They
So
didn't even count for knock.
Are you still able to detect bad magic, friend?
Yes,
I mean, you're near this, by
I
the
can
way,
do that.
too.
Well, anytime I want.
You're like
That would be
looking, and just
probably
off to the
very
right,
rare.
they're having this whole thing go on.
I am extremely hidden and not giving away my
Yeah.
position.
Should I do it now or till later?
No, I think now to see if there's anything in the local vicinity while we can still act.
Detect magic in the local vicinity.
Vicinity?
Yeah.
The key that Franz has is magic.
Anything else?
Ah, the scribe.
Yeah.
And any magical items that you guys currently have in your
Shit.
possession.
We did not think about that.
And muscles.
Oh, I mean, it's nothing that we don't expect.
Now
two
just
of
kind
these.
of like pinging himself.
As you're doing that, do me an investigation check. Or an arcana.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Which one? Cool, I'm shit at both.
I can absolutely assist.
Thank you.
No, this is my area of expertise. I've studied for this.
19!
19. Two things. The magical aura that's coming off the key is illusion, and there's a faint illusion aura that has come into the room and then moved out of the room. Probably something to do with maybe invisibility spell.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us have this spell magic, do we?
I do not.
I
That is
don't
not in my
either.
wheelhouse.
Guess who does?
Guess who's getting another message?
We fucked up.
Fake key, we're fucked.
We compromised. Whiskey Tango. Full lockdown. Full lockdown.
One key
Self-destruct.
gone. Invisible trace. Hell.
I'm gonna hold position.
Of course, Nab's gonna be like, fake key to France.
He's,
Area
what are you talking
effect.
about? It's the key, and he kind of like
Illusion.
turns it over, and as he does, there's a bit of shimmer, and then he kind of looks at it and goes, "Ah, son of a bitch!" Throws it on the ground, and it literally smashes into
Oh
glass.
my god. This is a master level heist.
So to finish off that message, it was I'm gonna hold position.
Yep.
Use area effect spells on invisible person.
I would love to.
Yes.
Sorry, bear with me a second.
So while you guys are thinking about
Yes,
stuff, Maurice,
absolutely.
upstairs, you hear a commotion coming. People running around and saying, "The Black Raven is this way," and then but people are running down hallways, heading off in a different direction. What are you doing?
I haven't heard anything from anyone yet other than the panic and stuff like that. I haven't
No.
seen anything or anyone.
No, not yet.
I'm probably going to make my way downstairs. Although
idea.
I do want to make
Make your way
a
downstairs.
investigation. when the ravens attacked,
Yep.
do they all attack on a single spot of the mansion?
No, they're going to pretty much. So when they're tapping, there's a couple that are going to each and every window. So every single window is covered. When they were attacking the people outside, it was just wherever the people were. They weren't attacking specific spots, or if people go into specific areas, they were just hitting the people, trying to force, it seemed, everybody who was outside inside simultaneously.
Right, okay. He's going to be under the assumption that the Black Raven is here in the building right now.
Yeah, you could make that pretty clear.
Hasn't heard or seen anything. He's going to go by smell.
Alright, do a perception check.
Yep. I get to add a D4 to this thanks to my
How can
initial
you
bonus.
smell over your own smell?
Immune to it.
Immune to it. Anyway, that is a 21.
21. You definitely do. You kind of like get a waft of something, of leathers that aren't consistent with the smell of the armor that's with the guard.
Someone here doesn't smell quite right, and it's not me for once.
I think it's still
I'm
is.
going to try and follow that
My
scent.
nose knows.
So as you go, you eventually find, I guess, the first instance of something that might be amiss, which is a corridor with 5 guards completely incapacitated.
Yay.
Gonna mosey on over to one of them, just check him real quick.
Yeah, do a medicine check for me.
Add a +3. 22.
Ooh.
22. He is alive. Doesn't look like there's any injury mark though.
Is he like unconscious or is he asleep?
Yeah, fully out. You like open up the eyelid and it's like rolled back. There's a bit of staining in the eyes that probably means he's been affected by some sort of
You hear snoring.
gas or poison.
I can't smell anything in the air of that sort of type.
No, not anymore.
So it must have gone. Can I still follow the smell of the leather?
You can still sense it very faintly. It's heading further down the hallway. Kind of not away from the vault, but it seems to be circling around in this sort of wing, where the vault is underneath.
And I've been walking around, so I know the guard patrols and that sort of stuff going around this area.
Yeah, well, this would have been at least 3 separate patrols that run here, and you know they ran here when they heard, yeah, Black Raven,
So
and
they're
then
converged.
you now also notice nobody's yelling that anymore.
Okay.
I mean, we're still awake.
So if they've been going around on the
that's
wing,
fine.
Yeah.
I want to see if I can go around the other way.
Yep. So you sort of double back, come out the other side, and you find another set of 2 guards crumpled down.
Mm-hmm.
Step over them and make the full circle. You don't see anything else.
Nothing, and the scent is still just going around. and
It
around.
kind of is just circulating this area, yeah.
And we're on top of the guest rooms right now. We're at the guest rooms area, which
Yes.
is above the vault.
Yes, correct.
I'm going to start checking in the guest rooms.
Okay.
Give each room.
So
Smells
do
too
an investigation or perception check based on smell /
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's a
no.
nat one.
Wow.
Even with that,
Honestly, that
that's
sounds
still
like
a
a
9.
good one.
It's still a 9. You lose sense of the smell and stuff, and after checking all the guest rooms, you don't smell anything different.
No.
You did call it. You said this nat 20 will turn into a 1 when it really counts.
Right, right at the most inopportune moment.
Absolutely. I did call it. It was going to happen. So, I've lost the scent, but another creature could pick it up.
Essentially, yeah.
Once again, I wish to summon a mushroom familiar.
Aww.
Can I do it as a dog?
Go for it.
Absolutely.
Mushroom dog.
So this is something rips off a different mushroom entirely, throws it onto the ground. Once again, much like with the raven, it sort of like grows and bubbles up and then like forms into like a dog.
Yep.
And then I'm just gonna be like, find the scent that is different.
Fetch boy.
Okay.
Drag
Do
it
it.
out to me.
Do a perception check for the doggo.
I believe They're +3 with advantage, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
They're either +2 or +3. Went out of the way. Natural 20.
Ooh.
Nice. Yes, I don't. There's a dog stack, but there's like mastiff or something like that.
Mastiff is the closest.
So that's okay. With an nat 20, you immediately, it kind of like gets the pointer sort of like thing, goes this way, and starts like running down the hallway. It goes actually back, loops around, but then ducks down the side corridor that goes back downstairs to the dungeon level.
Yep.
And it keeps sort of running down. Eventually, you run into these two individuals.
So yeah, like all of a sudden, when you smell him before you see him, comes running down. You got like this dog with him too. Maurice, so he comes down. The dog doesn't go anywhere.
Yes. It kind of like, well, it comes up and is trying to like get past them type thing.
Move, out of the way. Let it through.
Step aside.
Got it. Like a
It goes
dog.
running down, goes down the vault thing, and you can hear it sort of just sit there for a second, and it starts barking at something.
Well. All right then. So it's barking at something. I can't see it.
Yeah, well, so you guys are going to go down and have a look at the corridor of the vault.
I'm following the dog all the way.
All right, do an investigation or perception check. And I think at this point you might as well attempt to as well if you've. I think
Okay, that's
the way I envision it is you've got sight on the corridor entrance, but you probably don't have sight going down it. So the way you'd see them all just suddenly run down in that direction.
I'm definitely prioritizing my view of the vault
I
over everything
Throw more
else.
arms or legs.
Then I'll say you're probably not in the thing in the like where I probably envisioned the little storeroom because it's off center to the corridor.
Cool.
But you can see the vault. So in that case you can do a perception or investigation check as well.
Would the dog barking give me advantage or?
I mean it's kind of just stopped about 10 feet away from the vault entrance and is barking. Probably not.
Righto. So that is going to be a 13 then.
13?
So with plasmoids, would it be possible if he could stretch himself out?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, that's what the
but like his entire body.
to a certain extent,
Yeah.
but not like Miss Fantastic level.
Yeah.
No.
Just. Okay.
Just trying to fill the corridor behind us.
Oh, I
So
mean,
something
yeah.
helps
Yeah.
slip through.
yeah, I mean it's not a big corridor.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
Did you guys roll perception?
Web
roll?
of
I'm not
map.
yet. So that is a no.
Yeah.
What did you get, Aaron?
Perception.
5.
15.
Cool.
15. So you don't know what the dog's barking at. It looks like it's the vault.
What the dog doing?
Thanks to this new information in the tunnel, you start to see slight refraction of light. There is something in the middle of the tunnel, probably just in front of where the dog is, that is shifting the light ever so slightly, almost like a mirror broken type sort of deal, but then it does set itself. And it's only the movement of your companions that sort of go across it that shows that there's a distortion there at all.
So, do you want to do something?
Nab is like a web in the corridor right now, just
Yep.
filling it up.
Knitting it in, yeah.
So as I'm looking at that, it was actually a lower score, and then I used some cyanide powers, so
Yep.
my eyes kind of go that kind of brief blue, that kind of electric blue, as I start to make out that distortion. And in my hand, in like the kind of the darkness, this dagger
Mm-hmm.
starts to personify itself out of that kind of same psionic energy, and I like whip it through the air and a ranged attack at that distortion.
Okay, make an attack roll.
All we see is like a knife come fling by us, right?
Well, it's like a distorted sort of like invisible energy knife thing, yeah. It's just,
I'm making this with advantage, right? Because I'm.
yep.
So that is going to be a 19.
19. It slams into something at that
Non-lethal
point.
style.
That's okay. But what it slams into seems to be a barrier of sorts, as the refraction of light kind of emanates away from where your psychic blade has hit, and ripples sort of like pulsate out. And as they lose their sort of reflection of basically mirroring what the corridor would look like without the person standing right in front of the vault, 2 keys locked over, and slowly going through the combination lock. The last one clicking in as the door mechanics start to change, and you start to hear the door.
As soon as I hear that, soon it opens a little bit, glaive through the gap.
The Black Raven turns down to where you guys are, and I think we'll actually put ourselves into initiative now. To make it a little easier. So I will get everybody to roll initiative, please. We're going to try and find some royalty-free battle music. That'll do.
Now I get DMCA strike by Doom.
What'd you get?
15.
19.
6.
You're a bit
21.
I should probably do Black Raven, who has advantage.
This is about 20.
Nah, no, not 20.
Just about.
Yeah, she's still got plus 10 though.
Then we've got Elton. What did you get, Sir Jarl?
12.
Who am I missing here? Oh, Nab. Nab, what did you get again?
19.
19, okay. Alright, so initiative order: Black Raven first, Elton second, Nab third, Nihilus, Sir Jarl, and then Maurice. I believe is the correct one, unless anybody says otherwise. Otherwise, I don't care anyway.
You lose a turn.
So the door starts like shifting, changing, and cracking open. You watch as the Black Raven shifts their body weight through the crack as it just opens and slides in. Jarl on the inside, you see them move in. They turn, see you are inside there with them, and then they pull out a strange orb, which they sort of click and change a couple things, and then you watch as they just disappear.
Oh no.
It is now Elton's turn.
Right. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna run over to the door.
So as you run up, you slam into that barrier.
The same thing I hit with the knife.
Yeah,
So it's not been dispelled.
doesn't seem like it.
Okay. And it runs the full length.
Yeah, you kind of check it, and it's basically the size of the entire corridor. It's blocking it.
Yeesh.
Okay. Can I still see into the vault?
Yes, you can.
So I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use my psychic whispers to make a connection with Zajal then.
Yep.
Zajal, we're blocked from getting in here. You don't have backup. You're on your own there for the time being.
Fucking disappeared.
What?
Just gone.
Swing around in a circle. Throw some coins about.
That's a good idea.
So I think that's a no, that's an action. So bonus action. What can I do? So I've checked all the edges. I can't find a seam in it.
No, it looks like it's covering it as best as it can. But it would be an action to do an investigation check to really get a good sense of how much it's covering.
Okay.
Very exact.
Okay. Cool. Well, I guess I'm going to just hide.
Yep. Cool. So do a stealth check for me. In the meantime, Nab, it's your turn.
Nab is a bit tied up at this moment.
She's just like, crap. So you blocked everybody in on the other side.
I mean, you just inch
That's
forwards.
true.
Yeah. Litter lab.
So yeah, I'd probably say you can just move across the floor.
Are
and
you
that
near
kind of
me?
stuff.
mean, I'm down there with you. So
Yeah, he's in the corridor with you.
A gummy hand reaches out to you. Guidance.
That's not terrifying.
I felt worse.
Yeah, it's really weird because it's not coming from any of his arms. It's coming from like
Yeah.
his torso.
That's excellent.
So,
Nihilus. Unless there's
Guidance.
anything else from you now.
Okay, so what I'll do is, so the dagger bounced off. So did a person.
Mm-hmm.
So I have nothing to say that logically a spell would be able to make it through. So what I'll do is I will basically shout out to Sasha.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, call out of, today is the day you fight the great battle, friends.
I got it. It's all up to me as always.
Yeah. Remember well, and hear my promise that when you get out of there, make it out alive, fulfill the promise, finish the job, and I will tell you one great joke.
And make so much money.
Bardic inspiration.
Nice. Nice.
Aside from that, I will use my action to start scrabbling around and searching for anything that I can see that might.
Yeah, do it. You can either do an Arcana check or a investigation check on the sort of barrier.
I will go investigation. I will get an 8.
An 8. It's a barrier. It's stopping
It
you
is.
from getting
It
in.
I know I
That
can
is sadly all you know.
I know I
There
can
is a
speak
barrier.
through it.
Yep. Alright, so Jarl, you're up.
I would like to rage.
Ah!
I would like to recklessly attack and swing my glaive around like this.
Excellent. That'll cancel out her invisibility's disadvantage, so it is a straight roll.
Bardic works on attack rolls, doesn't it?
Yes,
It does.
That is going to be a
Well, that's hard.
25 to hit.
25. Did you roll 2 dice or 1 dice?
Oh, then it's got the Bardic inspiration. One.
Oh, yes, then that's fine. Yes, 25 is going to draw blood from a target.
Woohoo!
That will be 6,
They
8 points.
They don't seem to have
slashing
moved
damage.
from where they were, but even when you hit, you feel them kind of move with the attack with your strike, and you don't really get
I
the purchase
also
that you
actually.
want. Mhm.
That
Yeah,
will
you know,
be
put some-
3 points of radiant damage as well.
Okay.
So I use Divine Fury.
Alright. Flash of energy, and it kind of like sort of like that cloaking thing that happens with a Klingon war vessel from Star Trek. Kind of like you see where you've hit, but you can see like the body motion is like rolling with the attack. They're taking some of it out by uncannily dodging it, and will take half damage because of so.
I have got you now.
But then forms back into invisibility once that's done. Maurice, it's your turn.
So I could see where he made the attack, right? I can
Yeah.
clearly see the result of some hits.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
It'll do. I'm going to cast Entangle on the spot where I saw the attack occur.
Seems to work. As the vines sort of explode up from the ground. What is the check?
It is a Strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
DC 13.
They rolled 13 there. And have a +0, making it a 13. So you watch as the tangles grab a hold of like something invisible, but then start snapping off and falling to the ground as something moves out of the effect of it. Nice try though. If that is you done, Maurice, it is Black Raven's turn.
That's a lot of dice.
So, Jar, you obviously swing out, you've got them, you feel something shuffle off to your side, and then suddenly something connects really hard with the side of your head. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
May I interject?
You most certainly can.
As I see, basically, my friends start to stagger back, I'm going to shout out with silvery barbs.
Certainly.
Yeah.
So, rolls
So-
an additional dice, choosing the lowest result. That is still easily going to hit. But you gain the advantage to give something else.
I do. You also have advantage on your next roll.
I'll Nicholas, but yeah. Okay,
No,
so-
double advantage will stack if something's cancelling out an original one with me. So if you reckless and she's still invisible, which the visibility doesn't seem to have dropped. If you use the advantage from that, you'll then actually gain advantage. So that will work. But 6 points of bludgeoning damage, and the sneak attack, which is also the same, comes in at 18.
Alright, so 3, is that already halved?
No.
No.
3, 9, so 12.
You gotta do the math yourself.
Yeah, I don't math for you.
Math them.
Tickets.
But something's hit you in the back of the head, and then something is shuffled away. So it does seem
Lash out.
like you get an attack of opportunity, which you can put in your fresh advantage as well. So you gain advantage.
A 19.
19 is a miss.
Just the 1,000-yard stare.
So Elton, it's your turn.
Great. So I'm going to run up and just try and do an investigation check of this barrier.
Go for it.
9.
Ouch.
Yeah, it looks like a barrier. Looks
Yeah.
pretty barrier-y.
Barriers made out of barriers.
We know we can cast spells through it now.
Yeah, you have seen.
Right. If I had some spells, I'd do that.
Yep. Anything else? Nah, your turn.
I'm going to go hide again.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, at this point, Nab just kind of
Yep.
goes back into shape
So easy.
and move up to the barrier.
Yep.
Eldritch blast the shit out of. Well, would even know, like,
It'll hit the barrier.
I mean, have an idea of like where Raven is.
The Black Raven.
Black Raven.
I mean, you have a general idea, but you know you have seen that the barrier is blocking things. So your Eldritch Blast will just hit the barrier.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Certain types of spells will go through, but your magics, you assume projectile type magic, like his psychic blade, will slam into
Yeah.
this thing.
I'm gonna attempt True Strike.
Okay.
Pointing relatively in the area. Oh, where?
Let me have a look. True
Yeah.
Strike, I think.
At a target in
Is
range.
this somewhere you can see, or is
I
this
think it.
Doesn't say visual. I think.
You point a finger at a target in range, you make. Magic grants you brief insight on the target's defenses on your turn. You gain advantage of the first attack roll against the target provided the spell hasn't ended. So, no, that'll work. You have the general understanding of where they are in position. But it's going to give you advantage on your next attack roll against them. I guess as long as you concentrate on it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Cool. Alright. That seems to have gone off. You get a sense that you're connected to a tangible target there. And you start to gain a little bit of information about them that may allow you to land a good blow given the chance.
Is your telepathy something you can just manually do, or just automatic?
Automatic.
It's the way they talk.
Could Nab use that
Mm.
along with the knowledge of where they are with True Strike to communicate to Jarl?
Yeah, I'll allow.
So that Jarl has some sort of like second-hand knowledge
Yeah.
of where his target might be.
There's also target defenses as well.
Yeah, that's just the flavor.
Yeah.
I'll give you the advantage.
Oh, okay, cool.
But you can, because the target is your spell is affecting them, and you're concentrating on that, you get a sense where they are. Type
Awesome.
of thing. So you can tell him.
Nab keeps him updated on the position of Raven.
Excellent.
Excellent.
X.
Nihilus, it's your turn.
So
Can we get through this barrier tonight?
3 weeks.
Right, I got him.
we might be able to, but there is a good chance that my abilities might be better placed elsewhere.
Yep, fair.
Especially given my roles so
Mhm.
far. So Nihilus will basically, shuffle close to the barrier and start calling out. Not necessarily to Zhao, but to the other figure there.
Yep.
What will your mother think?
And so basically I'll call out and start with, there's no need for bloodshed. All that I've seen so far indicates that, you have no wish to kill. You harm only when necessary. Why don't we resolve this peacefully?
Okay.
I want
Do a persuasion check.
So that will be a 17.
Okay. No response. But noted.
Aside from that, I believe that's mostly what I can do.
Sir Jarl. So the NAB is giving, the National Australian Bank is giving you insight that they've moved, this Black Raven has moved off to the other side of the vault in the back.
Alright. I'm going to throw a javelin in that direction.
Go for it.
Recklessly.
It would be a straight roll, because you no longer have the silvery barbs, but you are recklessly, which is cancelling out the invisibility.
That's a miss. That's a miss.
Hey, okay.
But then I run over there.
The javelin slams against the wall, and you sort of run over in that direction. It is now Maurice's turn.
So spells have passed through this barrier, yes?
Well, your entangle sort of did, but conjures on the other side versus projectiles seem to be different.
Okay. Well, it almost worked last time. Like, I did see it work somewhat. She just managed to just break free. Make sure you got the silvery barbs ready, by the way. As I'm going to blast another entangle towards them.
Too easy.
As mushrooms come pouring out of the ground.
I was like, what is that? That is actually a fail.
Nice! Target restrained.
Yep, so you watch as it grabs a hold of something that's invisible, but it is now restrained.
I have something in there.
You sure do.
Cool.
That's my turn.
In that case, we come back to the Black Ravens, and you watch as a mist permeates away from the entanglement, and the entanglement drops as the mist moves to the other side. You don't see anything. It's teleportation, Misty Step. So no attack of opportunity.
How far did she go?
She went probably about 20 feet onto the other side. But you watch as the invisibility drops, and a bag, which looks like a bag of holding,
God damn it.
sort of slides around, and a hand goes in, pulling out what looks to be, weirdly enough, another bag of holding, and...
What?
What?
But it's not actually a bag of holding.
You was about to say,
Yeah, no, I know.
Is that all
It
that?
looks like another bag of holding, but it's got a different sort of face or a design on it,
Oh no.
and throws it out onto a pile of money, and the money starts just sinking into it.
Oh no.
As it's sort of absorbing it, sucking it in, and it starts to go quicker, until it's almost like a vacuous thing, sucking in all the wealth.
Get that
kind of kicks it off to the side and sort of lunges in at you again to make an attack as a rapier flares and strikes. And that is a natural 20.
Oh no.
That is that is called a fuck you. Which is the natural 20 for the fuck you dice.
You might want to stop that.
You can make me
I
reroll
will
it.
absolutely be trying to, because there's not
Third
much
nat
else I
20,
can
let's
do.
go.
So there's no sneak attack on that one. So.
It's still an 18,
Yeah.
so that's gonna get. But it stops it being
A critical.
critical sneak attack.
It
of-
just goes
Why is it
from
sneak attack? She's visible.
super murder to
Mhm.
murder.
She's visible now. How can she sneak attack?
She has swashbuckler's abilities, which allows her to do
What?
it even without advantage.
BS.
But
Blasphemy.
thank you for trying. That is going
So
to
miserable,
be 8 points, almost maximum, on the rapier as she tries to skewer you, and there's 9 points on the sneak attack.
9 points damaged.
And yes, at this point, it's clearly a woman.
Is that butt looking numb?
Looks nice. Elton, your turn.
Great. So I guess I'm gonna try and magic down this barrier again. the person who has no magic.
Investigating it?
Yeah, why not?
Go for it.
What else can you do?
It's gotten worse.
Oh my
That's a
God.
2 plus 2.
I think there's a
Could
point where we
someone
need to-
please help me with this barrier? I stab things. This is all I have.
You have many arms which to poke the barrier and assist.
So, anyway. Now, your turn.
I know there's only one way to break that barrier.
Okay. Navil. Would Nat be able to help, like, break out the barrier while holding
You can give-
concentration?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Well, it depends. Are you attacking or are you helping somebody else do something with the barrier?
Helping you. Just
Trying to help him.
Which means he'll get an advantage on the next check he wants to do against the barrier. Whatever it may be.
That's good with me.
Alright. In that case, Niall, it's your turn.
Also keeping him updated on location. Actually, no.
Physical.
Never mind.
So I will once more attempt to call out. And so let's see. Lady Farragast, is that you?
No.
No.
No, I'm some random bloke guy.
It's me,
For if it is, then
Franz.
I have some terrible news for you.
Mm-hmm.
In that nothing that you are doing will make your father's ills go away.
You're making them worse.
Do a persuasion check for me.
Ooh.
17 again.
The figure, as it pulls away from you, sort of flourishing that rapier, you catch them, look over to you, and you can see sort of feminine sort of chin line, and all they say is, whoever said this was about relieving his stress, it is about causing as much pain as possible.
Whoa. Unpacking some trauma here.
Dysfunctional noble family daughter.
You're just like,
Who knew?
oh no, the trope. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we're not trying to, reinvent the wheel here. We're here for a good time.
They're cliches for a reason.
Yeah, they're cliches
Yeah.
because they're safe. They make people, people just want the same movie. They just want Star Wars, but the same Star Wars. No different Star Wars.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Yep.
So that you get a response, and almost confirming the identity of
Yep.
the Black Raven. Oh, gasp!
Yeah.
Everybody's mind blown.
Who would have seen
Sir
that coming?
Charles, it's your turn.
Actually, sorry, can I just bonus
Yeah, sorry.
action? Is it the same butt?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Not
That's
Still
what I did.
got, still got the card attached.
The card is actually not there.
Boo.
Isn't it?
But at least
She
she
threw
found
it
her
away.
contacting
it's
fail.
not.
She
It's
threw it away.
You
She
say
threw it
this.
away.
So I tucked it up.
I'm gonna roll for card.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm going to recklessly attack.
Go for it. Now you have actual advantage because you're no longer invisible.
That's a 24 to hit.
24 does hit.
10. That's my 10 good. There it is. And the 1. 12,
Sure, okay.
14 points. Odd. 12 points. Wait, hang on. That
Give me the
is
total.
11. 15 points of
Use your
slashing
numbers.
damage and 5 points of radiant. So
So
20
18.
points total.
20 points total. She'll uncanny to take 10.
Yo.
She, again, sort of moves with the attack to mitigate the
Can
damage.
I bonus action potion?
Yes, I do allow bonus action potions. Because I'm a psycho.
Plus 2, is it? Plus 2?
Yeah.
6.
Maurice.
She's not made any concentration checks on this thing yet?
Which thing?
On the barrier?
No.
No. And I saw her use something physical before. Yes.
She used something physical when invisible. Bag, the gas, all that kind of stuff. Do an intelligence or arcana check.
Oh boy, it's good.
For free.
2.
You have no idea
No
what
idea.
she's doing.
I got no idea.
There is a key to it though.
I just know mushrooms. But, I mean, I'm seeing magic items. I'm seeing a lot of magic items.
Mm.
So, let's try detect magic.
Okay. The barrier is magical.
Yep, what school of magic?
It'd be abjuration.
Abjuration.
Oh, abjuration, sorry. Which item is this one? And illusion.
Alright, okay. You're giving him advantage on his next thing, yes? No?
Yeah, the next thing that he does, yeah. She's helping you.
Alright. What's your spellcasting ability modifier? Do you know? You're a
It
rogue,
would-
yes?
I am rogue indeed.
What's your intelligence?
It is not fantastic.
Bloody Hamish.
Okay.
0.
Holding the chat. 0. One man. Stands
Yeah,
alone.
it's just.
Okay, because
It's
I
so
had to
good,
spell
though.
magic
It's
spell.
the
Howard
entire
sat
time.
alone.
Yeah.
I'm unsure if it will work. I've already used my action for this. But if someone else wants to take it, they can use the Dispel Magic Scroll.
And is there a check involved with it?
Yes. It is a spellcasting ability check to dispel the magic because you are technically a rogue. Technically,
It'll be a spellcasting check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Arcana check to use the thing, even if not proficient. I just don't care for the real rules of it.
Okay.
Which is
I'll
that
hand
you
you the
can't
scroll.
use it unless it's on your spell list.
I
It's
will
just
give it a
insanity.
red hot no.
Yeah, otherwise there's
Red
no
hot
point of having
Red
a
hot
scroll.
go.
Just cast the spell.
What?
I'll give it a red hot go.
Okay. You said red hot. No, it's like, are you denying?
A red hot no. I don't know if that's a thing.
It's just really enthusiastic.
A really enthusiastic no.
Moving on, because we're
That's
over
done.
11 o'clock.
That's
It's
done.
late.
Yeah.
We're getting tired, peoples. We're almost at the end, though. It is now Black Raven's turn. It is, so she's engaged with you. As she's engaged with you, you see this bag of holding life thing that's sucking up all the coins is basically finished and is slowly moving up to, like, other things, and items are starting to drop down and get sucked into this vortex as it remains open. And it's just like vacuuming in all of the gear, and it's more or less done at that corner within 6 seconds, which you now start to realize how she was able to get all of the treasury stuff within the time frames that she hit.
No
In the meantime, though,
she
she sort of comes around and does another attack against you. It's a dirty 20.
Ouch.
For 10 points of bludgeoning damage as she tries to back hilt the hit, and 12 points of sneak damage. She tries to come up and just sort of give the hilt. She's still going for some non-lethal damage. She hits you again. Still up. She will bonus action disengage as a rogue should, then move on to the other side, and it is, and it is now Elton's turn.
So I take the scroll.
Elton John, let's go.
I open him up.
Yep.
I look at him again. And then I try to read the words on it, which sound like somebody trying to read off a menu.
Yeah, but Nab's there going, no, it says this. So
Ah,
you
you
do
spell.
This thing does this, and that.
But
See,
then
spot,
then
run.
he then
Run.
went to
Have
Run
you ever
to-
had when
Not 20.
Finally.
Knew it was gonna happen. Alright.
So the scroll's energy coalesces, blasts, slams into this barrier, and you watch as the magic washes over it, and it turns this barrier into its true form. It is a net that is attached all around the entire hallway. It can easily be like, you can go up and just take out the pittons that are holding it together, which is what the investigation checks would have shown you.
Yep.
Now that you can see it. So the magics of the item have been dispelled, which turns it back into its mundane netting thing. But it is essentially the same sort of thing that's out of Ghost Protocol, the Mission Impossible thing for the hallway scene.
Yep.
So that you come up and just start like tearing it down. Barrier.
Yeah. Just like my two psychic knives appear in my hand, and I am.
Just slicing it up. Alright, Elton, that is your action. You still have bonus of movement.
I'm just gonna go through the other side.
Yeah.
Alright. Now your turn.
App's gonna slip his way through the net. Yeah.
That's how you run by. Just like the Terminator.
Yeah, it's just just sucking sound right.
Yeah, you're in the room.
We
You're in the vault.
don't want.
The thing is sucking up items and stuff like that. Basically an online of its own. You don't know if it's actually doing it intentionally
No
or if
idea
it's...
we're going
I look
how to
super messed up.
stop that.
And then Sir Giles was like, I don't hear no bell.
I can do
Like,
it.
lightweight is just standing there. She doesn't look like she's tired.
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast.
Yep, go for it.
Blasted.
20!
Yeah,
Nice.
natural 20?
Yes!
Yes, nice.
Nice.
Double damage. 2d10.
It holds a 25, but.
Yeah, that is.
2d10.
Nothing you can do about that.
I'm just gonna do it here.
I'll actually get some damage here because she doesn't have an uncanny dodge anymore.
How do you like fuck that up? 2, 3, 4.
Oh wait, no, she does because it's new round.
11.
11 points. She'll cop that. Mainly because she's probably not paying too much attention to the fact that the barrier's down, two new individuals have opened up the space, and you just come in and just big energy ball of
FBI
force
open
energy
up.
slams into her from the side. She goes stumbling off to the side, turns her head, and as it does, like the cowl has sort of come off, and you can see it is clearly Rosalie Farrell.
I knew it! What?
You didn't know already?
Where's my javelin?
Plot twist. She looks at you and she's
Plot
just like,
twist?
I've
It's
thrown
the
it in
mother.
the bin.
Ah, that's my favorite.
You disgusting creature.
The butt check always wins.
It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. So that is Nabs, Nihilus, you're up. The barrier's down. You can get in there.
Yep, beautiful.
You said she ducked off to the other wall?
She's on the other side,
Yep. Excellent, which means she's 20 feet away from our allies.
yeah. Yeah, she
It's the
is.
important part. I'm going to cast Sleep on that corner.
Okay, go for it.
So I'll cast at level 2 so I get the extra points just to make up for how well we've been rolling tonight.
Just upcast everything.
Upcast all the things.
Sorry, 5d8. So 7d8 total.
Go for it.
Let's see how we can go. Okay.
Check her. What's her health? Okay.
So we're going to clutch the encounter or do nothing at all.
And then last but not least, 32.
That is a good effort. However, she has only taken 25 points of damage, and her health is much higher than 57. Not much higher, but enough. You watch her sway for a second, and she kind of just shakes her head, and she looks at you and goes, "Not good enough. I've trained my entire life. I am much more skilled at things that most of you have." Oh. Kind of stops herself for a second. And then she's just like, "No matter. This is not going to delay me. I will get what I need to do. My father is the last on this stupid list, and he will get what is coming to him, like the rest of them." Oh, looking to say something.
Sorry, I
How
just had
very
like
clear.
a mental blank there for a second. Yeah, there's you can train your entire life just to throw it away if you'd like.
How is helping this city throwing it away?
How are you helping the city?
By destroying the people that believe they are the city.
Mm-hmm.
The corruption, the money, the fact that all that my father and his friends touch, they're nothing but afraid. The classist society that he's built, he thinks it will be destroyed. No, the only thing that's getting destroyed tonight is his upper class.
And for all those people that are going to be left without work, without bread to feed mouths hungry babes, what will they do?
Who? They're all going to get the wealth that I have so appropriately appropriated from these nobles.
You know, I really find it hard to actually argue against this.
Hey, give us the 15,000. I'm out.
Is it only about the money for you?
Hey, it is for me.
What are you talking about? I'm in a life debt. I go to college.
Who do you think perpetrated that system? Who do you owe your money to? You're with the college? The Laresias command the academies. All the money they funnel through the student loans goes into their coffers. The ones that I've already hit, that are sitting in a safe house within the city as we speak. Your money. Your hard-earned money that you have spent trying to learn things. Why pay the kind of money that you pay for that kind of education? I was gifted mine. Why is that fair?
It's getting oddly political.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Horace
I'm
is just
genuinely
like-
finding this hard to argue against.
Hey, let it walk.
Are we entirely against this?
Everybody kind of just sits there for a second.
Not
talking
at
to
all.
her.
Why are we
Where
stopping
are we
this?
morally?
I mean, she doesn't seem to move to engage, so there's a moment of, I guess, clarity where both teams, if nobody's attacking her and nobody's attacking and she's not attacking, you kind of just stand there talking for a
Is the
second.
thing
Yeah.
still like sucking everything?
Oh yeah, that thing is already moving over and it's just taking items and all that kind of
I'll
stuff.
settle for a nice weapon.
It's called the distribution of wealth.
Okay, look.
To not hold it by the upper
Okay.
class society.
Okay,
At least
rather than-
while we chat, can you at least put a foot on that thing? It's making me nervous.
She walks over and just puts a foot on it, and then the front of it is just like.
Thank you. Does it have a name?
I just call it baggy.
Baggy.
Fair.
We love Baggy.
I'm not entirely
But
sure.
it's a bag of devouring, but retrofitted with a special sort of subspace router that I've managed to filter through to the safe house.
Where exactly?
None of your business.
I'm not entirely sure that this destruction of the whole upper class won't result in a massive power vacuum that will destroy the lives of everybody in the city.
Is this you, Richard, talking? Or?
This is Elton.
Yeah,
who's
okay,
in the
okay,
room.
okay.
I thought we all stopped for a conversation.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
She looks at you and she's just like, I have made sure to run the numbers. The damage would be minimal, and it would only affect the upper echelons of society. The King Regent would have to take control of things he's supposed to control anyway, and put ministers or magistrates in place to manage the fallout. The only people who are getting hurt here are the ones that are making money off the hard-earned backs of the citizens.
Before I make
I saw you as Gnome Dingo. The gnomes are terrified of the house, are they not?
they're
you see
terrified
that-
of something.
They're terrified of what would happen to their meager wages if they were to upset people of the Farragut.
Before you get on your soapbox, the last
I'm
thing I
worried
want to know before I make my decision is what is your plan for the distribution of wealth to the people?
Well, I
You
can go
can't just
through a
throw
lot.
money into the streets. That's going to be carnage.
It is calculated. There are charities, there are organizations of which will use it for good and make sure that the companies that will be most affected are covered.
I don't see a downside.
Inside check.
Inside check.
Go for it.
I believe.
No, sorry, I'm
everything
reading
she
the
says.
chat. And I'm just like,
doing?
Hamish is like, how will you decide how to distribute the wealth? Welfare, equality, justice.
Mate, we love you. Thank you so much for joining us on
We
the
love your
stream
commentary,
tonight.
man.
What'd you get?
10.
10?
Hot 6.
Hot 6.
Oh, that's a
She
good
seems
grade.
very driven and very,
I'm into it.
very, very sure of herself.
Need a disciple?
If you want to help.
Honestly,
Hell yeah.
I got into adventuring to help people.
I start shoveling over the money towards the bag where her foot is.
It kind of like the little bag of Devarian sort of slashes out of it and starts like, there is a vacuum that it's kind of like starts sucking in. It's like, nom, 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 nom.
As I'm doing that, I'm just, okay, what's the plan for getting out of here?
Yeah, that was
I'd
my
go in there.
next
I'll go
question.
bag.
Actually, basically, the next step of the plan is you let me go. My father's going to yell at you, and then I'm going to reveal that I'm the Black Raven. You'll get away scot-free. I'll obviously talk to you later. And I'm going to hold his wealth to ransom, and then distribute it anyway as his empire crumbles.
deal.
I'm going.
Did you
I'm
know
not going to get yelled at.
that he's the reason my mother was murdered?
What?
Because did you know what Farragut Industries builds?
Not really.
Weapons. Do you know who gets these weapons?
Oh, he's Tony Stark, isn't he?
The people who gets the weapons the most are the criminal organizations of the underbelly of this city. And when my mother was murdered by a weapon, he absolved himself because his weapons don't kill people. People kill people. But who puts the weapons in the hands of the people?
I have to say, why didn't you just talk to us first?
Yeah.
This is more fun. And I didn't know I could trust you, and I'm kind of at that point where you seem to be reasonable people, even if I was going to kick your ass.
Anyways, Nap takes the
Oh.
pendant out of
I can do this all day.
Let's not get ahead.
As John kind of just goes, I just need to lie down for a second.
Just got the glade there and
Nap
just like,
takes Nap takes the pendant out of him and just tosses it in.
At least I didn't
Let's
break
not get
my
ahead of
mind.
ourselves.
For
Do
what?
it.
Kicking their ass.
Yeah. Nah.
Also, on that note, you can heal our friend, right? You can
Right,
heal,
right?
I'm just gonna look over to him.
Nap. I just need a nap.
She pushes
Yeah,
something
right.
into, like, she goes into her bag of holding, pushes something into your chest, and you look down, and it's a much larger potion of healing. This is
Yeah.
just a superior potion
Oh,
of
save
healing.
that for later.
8d4 plus 8. She's back.
No, yours-
I love the way this is going right
No,
now.
yours-
I'm not hanging around to get shouted at. So if we're done here, I'm just gonna scalp her.
I mean,
I'll see you back in town. You got my card?
And yes, I got your card. You slipped it into my freaking trousers. And I was fully aware that you did that. Thank you very much. I allowed it to
So,
happen.
damn, so no, not that.
So look, at the end of the day, we are going to be in awful trouble if we let this happen. I fully intend to. Don't get all uppity on me, please.
She kind of like goes, continue.
But so the next question is: first, how can we guarantee that you'll reach out to us?
She rummages around in the bag of holding for a second, walks over, gives you a card and a sending stone.
It's his card.
Yeah, I'll check the card first.
It is written on the back of his card, but it looks to be a street address, and she goes, "That is not the safe house where the wealth is, but that is another one that I've secured through my own private funding endeavors. Go there, you will be safe, and you can contact me on that sending stone." And I even test it now to show you that I'm not lying. She walks over to the other side and goes, ding, 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 ding. She's like, testing.
It's a kind of weird echo. Punch me.
Then there's a bit of feedback
Yeah.
because you know when you get two mics really
Punch
close
me,
to each other.
Punch you?
Yeah, punch me.
Alright.
Well, what?
I hit you really hard.
Oh no! I've been knocked unconscious by the black rain.
I also use sneak attack damage.
And I fall over.
Yeah. I lay on sneak attack damage as well.
Don't kill
I just
him.
lay there.
Charles,
This is Black Raven. She got me. What? He got me. He got me.
Yeah, absolutely he.
Big
mean, it's
burly
fine
fellow.
anyway,
I think it
so
might have
it's
been that
fine.
Goliath upstairs.
Oh, I know. I think people are closer than you think.
Is the guy still watching the eye?
As far as you can tell, there's nobody else has come.
Yeah, also, did you knock out dipshit upstairs?
Which did who?
Captain.
I'll go handle it.
The people in the guardhouse.
Yes.
No, but they don't know anything going on here.
Rooster starts walking off with a knife.
Have you messed with the eye?
Mushroom.
Of course I did.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Winter likes to think that I'm a good student, but he doesn't realize that I may have surpassed him in a lot of ways. He also doesn't realize that I've been stealing ingredients and equipment from him for the past 6 months.
We kind of figured.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Now what?
Well,
I have at least one sleep left of effort in me. If we would like to knock ourselves out.
No, I'm a rogue. I'm out of here.
I'm already unconscious.
if you guys just leave the manor now and go to that safe house, you'll be fine. And I will come and meet with you at another time.
Oh, that's a much better idea.
Yeah.
Now, are you?
I can't take the punch back though.
I'm going to talk to my
Right,
father later on
choice.
tonight anyway, regardless. Yelling or no yelling, if you don't want to be a part of that, it can be a private conversation between me and him.
I'm okay with no yelling.
Yeah.
I still have studies, and
Then-
if anyone gets
and
back
she-
to the college.
No.
Is that the stick?
Is that the third one you've broken on stream? Excellent. So she flourish, puts the rapier away, gives you a very curt bow, curtsy bow, and sort of comes up and goes, "Then I will see you in the morning.
I'll bring the coffee.
I appreciate your change of heart, and trust me, this is better for Alicia."
Oh yeah.
So with that,
I love the fact
You're-
we switched over, by the way.
your group leave. As you're leaving, you can see like Aston and Franz are like still. One of them's asleep, and the other one is like looking at the arcane eye, and it just looks like it's the vault is perfectly fine, and he's just like there, taps it. Doesn't notice you guys go past, and you just sort of walk past. You leave the estates. The ravens keeping an eye on you as they do. go down to the safe house. And the fallout of the events is that the city does more or less go through the changes. The noble houses, the 5 primary ones that extorted and control the interests of most of the factories and companies within the city, go under, forcing the King Regent to take control with ministers and magistrates, exactly as Rosa said. However, as a voice of strength, a political leader, Rosalie, stands up and continues to fund your group with assisting in her endeavors. And we are going to end the Black Raven one-shot there. A few hours and a half overtime, but we got to the end, and you said it when I said we should make it in time this time, but we didn't because reasons. But thank you all for sticking around. I know it's very, very late. That is the one-shot, the Black Raven. So I appreciate everybody who's watched, viewed. Check out the socials. Next week we have the retry of the Star Wars one-shot. Our esteemed DM Luke is going to give it another crack. A lot of the cast members are going to return for that one, while sad Andy is away for work in the Melbournes. But yes, thank you for everybody who managed to stick around. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next Thursday. Good night.
Woo!